track ready, and I'll play a little tune. We'll all converge back here in just a couple of minutes. All right.
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, this is the night train. You heard the conductor. It's time to climb on board. Find yourself a really cozy place to be. We're about to leave the station. My name is Bits. I am one of your hosts this evening, and hosting with me tonight down there holding up the show and keeping things on track is my man who's going to start a battle on Christmas morning, Mr. One Wheel Willie. How you doing, Willie?
Why am I battling on Christmas morning?
Well, you know why.
I forgot.
Well, because when the Christmas present gets revealed.
Oh yeah.
how
Looking for my keys.
It's so secret that Willie doesn't even remember.
had to keep it for myself.
Who doesn't start battles on Christmas Day? No, that's what it's all about when you got family kicking around. Sometimes you're just tired of it. Our opening track tonight was "Awaken the Ghosts." Synth Skull, who's down there in the room, has produced that for us. It says "Awaken the Ghost" is a debut single from Prompts. This song and the artwork were created and crafted with love using AI. So definitely going to have to get a little bit more information on that. I'm a little curious. But it was a great song that I picked up today. It's available. I do believe it's pinned up at the top there. If anybody's interested in popping on over and collecting it, it's only 0.99 Tez. You can't go wrong, supporting somebody in the community, and it's a really dope tune as far as I'm concerned, especially if you're into that kind of stuff. I am. We are WX8BK, the Night Train, as you heard me say earlier. Tonight we're going to be getting to our special guest in just a little bit. Joe Rogan's dad will be sitting and chatting. It's going to be great. Joe Rogan's dad popped in a couple weeks ago, and Willie jumped on the DMs and got him on tonight as a guest. Really stoked for this all around. We are here every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Insert your own time zone. Interviewing artists about the art and the journey, and that's what we do here on the old night train. Joe Rogan's dad this is going to be our last guest artist of the year until we get into 2024. Next week, we're not going to be on. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break next week. It's Boxing Day and we're just going to take a little bit of a break. I was thinking about putting together a clip show, but I've said that before, and then I start clicking around and realizing it's a whole hell of a lot of work. So I wouldn't say that's going to happen. So we'll just say we won't be
It's
here.
a lot of clips out there.
Lots of clips out there, over a year and a half, man, or just at a year and a half, I think. Man, it's been a wild ride, you know. When I look through this room here, and there's folks that have been our friends on the show, who have been guests on the show, and they're all here, coming to hang out with us. Just makes me smile, all warm and fuzzy inside. Could be the painkillers and the wine and the weed that I just smoked earlier to try and get rid of this fucking headache, but I'm pretty sure the warm and fuzzy is a genuine feeling. It's not induced by anything I've taken. Yeah, cool. Going to be a good show tonight. What's going on in the world these days? I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have any major topics. I don't think anything major has happened, or something has, and then I've forgotten about it.
No,
in
nothing
like
major.
3 weeks.
What are you talking about? Nothing major.
Are
There's
we-
a game show
Oh
going on.
yeah, dude. That's probably what's giving me the headache. Is trying to keep up and keep up all the posts and that.
Holy crap, that is a tough thread to follow.
Right? It's just like crazy. Man, yeah, I forgot that. Paul, who is a ghost, has created a new game for us all. What's it called? Not
What the fuck the game show? I don't know.
what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck game show is this? Is what
Yeah.
he's called it. And the first round ended yesterday or the day before, and all folks had to do was check in and give their Tezos address to stay in the game. And some people got booted because they didn't check in and leave their Tezos address. So, and we're into the next round, round 2. I don't even know, man. This is fucking chaos. But I love it.
It's wild.
It's entertaining as hell. So keep your eyes open for some posts and stuff with that to see what's going on there, because maybe you can help us out and figure out what's going on. But I love it.
Just be engaging to the Tezos community, really.
It is.
I think that's all we're really doing.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I mean, and Paul's really good at that. Paul as a ghost is amazing in the Tezos community, and onboarding people and being so warm and welcoming to people, as well as creating some really fantastic art. He also has a People of Tezos card up right now, up for auction, right at this moment in time. And I put a bid on last night, and I got outbid today. So I'm going to go dig through the couch and see if I can find some more Tez maybe to try and get that. Some really great pieces in there. The People of Tezos
At
round.
TJ Hinos, there was only a couple that I really knew.
They're totally
Granbod. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Gainbrood, isn't that? Was it Gainbrood? Ganbrood.
Yeah, something like that. It's like
Ganbrood.
almost 900 Tez.
Yeah,
Is
I've got a couple
that's
Ganbrood
that's a solid
pieces.
piece.
Yeah.
I think I do too. I think I have a couple early pieces of theirs.
Yeah, that's really dope. It's dope getting that project is amazing too. The People of Tezos, like that's awesome project. Really well curated. For sure. Sorry, a little bit of a burp in the microphone there. Oh yeah, and Retro Manny also too, right? He's got some stuff going on. He's keeping the interaction going on as well. That was the other thing, because he's released those the Retro Man kind of chunks of game that aren't really, of gifts of the game, like previews, I guess is what it is. I don't even know what to call them. Retro Man Stage 1 he released last week, and then Retro Man Stage 2 came out today, and I guess altogether they're going to make a bit of a story along the lines of a video game kind of style. So I'm in there collecting those, and also asking us to burn the what did he call that? The club.
The Retro Club.
Yeah, I don't know. Jesus, we're really terrible hosts. We can talk vaguely about stuff.
Seriously, I was working right up until I was in a meeting right up until I had to just duck out of the meeting and switch over. I'm like, oh god, trying to get into a groove here.
Right. Yeah. No. I'm like I said, I took a couple of a leave and a glass of wine and a puff just to try to kill this headache. So if we're a little bit more weird than normal, there's our reasons why. Anyways,
bear with us for a minute. We'll get there.
But yeah, Retro Manny. So these Retro Man stages that he's releasing, he's going to be releasing one a week until the next time he releases the next chapter in the book. So something to keep an eye out for. And if you haven't been looking into it, maybe do a little object search and get yourself into some retro mani. It's well worth it. Another friend of the show as well, who's been on our space, collected a Bill Knight piece this morning. Herb's Heart, it's called. Beautiful piece. All of Bill Knight's pieces are really awesome. I really dig collecting them, and they're all very reasonably priced. It's like there's no reason not to. If you like it, you get it. He does it like a lot of acrylics, and then turns them into NFTs. Big collector. I'm a big collector of Bill Knight, is what I meant to say. But yeah, I don't think I really picked up too much else. Oh, I picked up a couple Texadelic, because Texadelic's been, reorganizing and getting rid of some of his higher edition pieces and changing the prices and relisting some stuff. And I bought a couple pieces the other day. I bought a Turdy, and I bought one Pump Up the Volume. It's based on, you remember the old Maxell tapes, the Blown Away? We've talked about it on this space before, that art piece Blown Away. Yeah, so it's based on that. And I don't know how I've ever friggin' missed it in his collection, because, if there's one thing that I know, it's I've gone through Texadelic's collection many times. But also, I guess every time I go through Texadelic's collection, I find something that I missed. So I picked that piece up. There's only 10. I think there's only 7 available, and I'm pretty stunned that any of them are available, because it's a really, really super neat piece. And if I can find the post here, I'll pin it up to the top for anybody that's interested in checking it out and collecting it. Oh, Ronin released a whole bunch of a series of robots. I collected one of those too. I got an old House of the Model piece as was digging around. Huh. I was about to say that I didn't collect much of anything in the last week, but I guess apparently I have. 5,000 Space Aliens, who was our guest last week, collected a couple pieces from 5,000 Space Aliens as well. And I also watched 5,000 Space Aliens again.
I collected the physical DVD.
Did you? Did you get it yet?
I got it. I haven't watched it yet, though. I haven't opened it yet.
Cool.
I'm waiting for the fam to head out of town for a couple of days.
There you go.
Break here, sit on my couch and just get ripped.
And watch
Throw
it
on.
And there you go. Oh shit! And the one more thing that I wanted to point out here before I end this portion of my gibber jabbering is I shared it. I don't know if you saw it just before the space, but you remember Iteration, when we had Iteration on and we found that What's Up piece that she had minted? Do you recall that? It was a very 80s looking, Who's That, I think is what it was. It was Who's That. Yeah, so created that. She created that piece, and then I posted in the Paul Who Is a Ghost pinned up that what is our next the next round of the game of what Jesus Christ, I can't talk. What the fuck is game show? The next game show round is about sharing a piece of artwork from your favorite artist, I do believe, right? So anyways, I posted up this one, and Iteration made a little adjustment to it. I'm going to pin it up to the top here. And she made the WX8BK version of that art piece. I don't know if you can see it up there at the top.
Oh.
Like, that just happened. Like within the last...
That's not minted then, right?
No, not as far as I'm aware. No.
The WX8BK version? Is it minted or no?
No, not that I'm aware of. I haven't looked, though. But I was, like, so stoked. Like, that literally happened in the last 9 minutes that created that. Like, that's fucking dope. Look at that. That's hot.
Or did she create it right after the show? Because we had talked about
I don't know.
Kind of thing.
I've never seen it before, so maybe, perhaps, I don't know. I haven't talked to her. I literally just saw this like as I was sitting down to fire up the space. I was like, holy shit, look at that, man! I love the friends that we have made in this freaking space, man. To do that, there's no reason why that should to go through that effort. I'm sure, it's mind blowing, awesome. So I pinned it.
It's gonna make a great Twitter background,
right? Look at it. Dude, I remember 1984. I was there. Cool. Yeah, that's
swimming around with my diapers in Hawaii, but whatever.
1984. I wasn't in my diaper. Oh, that's right. You're young, pup. Well, I guess I shouldn't say I wasn't that frickin' old in 1984, but I was definitely old enough to ride a bike and go cause shit in places, but that was about it. Play at the creek and come home when the lights came on, street lights came on. Yeah, so that's all I got on the list of stuff that I had nothing to talk about. You got anything you wanna bring to the table there?
Let's see. We talked about there's a ghost thing. Finally got caught up on my F1 collecting
Oh, cool.
on those pieces. Finally got caught up on that. Yeah, Tez Trash this Friday, I think. We were talking in the backstage passengers about it a minute ago, and Chili thinks it might be Thursday, but I think I saw something on Friday, so I don't know. Whatever, Thursday, Friday, somewhere around the end
Trash
of
is
the week.
trash is coming for the weekend.
Yep, Trash is coming, so
Cool. Waiting.
be ready for that. Load up some Tez to collect your favorite trash part.
Waiting for the object and Twitter to get dirty and trashy.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. I
Got some Skeletor Krampus stuff going on over there. If you're in with him, he's got some cool stuff. Doing some big giveaways in the Discord.
Oh, awesome.
Uh,
Discord.
Ledger hack. I don't know.
I think we talked about.
What else happened in the last week?
I think
No,
we
this is since
Oh.
last week.
Oh, really?
The Ledger hack. Yeah, this is different.
I thought that happened last week at the same time as. Oh, okay. Wild Ledger. Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember I was joking about it with somebody because literally, as I reach underneath my desk here, I have my ledger. The plastic's not on the box anymore, but my ledger's still in the box, never been opened, or it's been opened to be looked at, and I've never fucking used it.
Same here, dude. Same here. It's sitting on my desk. Never used it.
Well, I bought it for all my ETH stuff, and then once my wallet got hacked, well, it was the ledger's the most. I mean, at least I still have my ledger, right? I mean, whatever I paid for that, $60 or something like that.
Fucking paperweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shortly after I got mine, like there was talk about one of the developers leaving a back door and things like that. I was like, what? Like, I don't know. I think I'm just
Yeah.
I didn't have I don't have any apes or anything that are worth being stolen. So
Right. Yeah, and everything that I had that was even remotely worth being stolen was stolen. So no big deal. All right, so there we go. Ledger hack. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I remember making jokes about that. I just wanted to bring up, just because I saw Innovative down there too, is that the WX8B Christmas Ornament Drive, or pardon me, the WX8BK Ornament Drive, hey, did really well. We're doing really good. They're still up for, they are still available. They'll be available until December 24th, midnight Pacific Standard Time. If anybody's still interested in picking one up, be muchly appreciated. You don't have to, of course, but you do get the physical ornament if you're interested in that. We got them going to Retro Manny got one. Dan Williams picked one up last week, so we got one going down to Australia, England. I mailed out all of the U.S. ones yesterday. No, sorry, not yesterday. I want to say Friday. It was Friday or Saturday. I think it was Friday that I got those out. So technically, they should be in everybody's hands by the end of the week. But with Christmas time going on, right? I mean, hey, no guarantees. It was my fault for starting the whole process about a week too late, anyways. But they are on the way. They will be coming. I put a little extra something in there for folks when they get them. So just to show mine and Willie's big appreciation for you folks helping support us, filling up the old WX8BK wallet with a little bit of Tez so we can continue to support artists that we love. Just had to bring that up. Innovative bought the one and only available 3-color coveted WX8BK ornament, and a big gratitude going to him for that. Appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, sorry, had to pop in there and say that. That was something else I remembered.
yeah,
As
cool.
I cut Willie off, yeah. Right on. And that's all. Okay, I'm good now. You got anything else, so I can cut you off again?
No, I think that's it. I think that's all I got for the week.
Cool. I'm just having some nice ice cold ice water here. Yeah, so I guess we could probably bring up our guest of honor. I think is about good time as any. We blabbed along. The weather was really good here today, and it's going to get warmer. I forgot we didn't do our weather update, but there it is. Canada is warm. Well, my part of Canada is unseasonably warm. I don't think that. I don't think the invite went there. Oh, there we go. Cool. We'll bring our guest of honor up, sing it up. I'd like to thank everybody for popping in tonight while we're waiting here. Mira Tratito down there. Paul was a ghost, innovative. Um, Aaron, I believe. Ariane. Lily White, Fendel, Jay, Malicious Sheep down there. Block Chung, Gaia, thank you for popping in here as well. Appreciate you popping in with hanging out with your mom. It's really cool to see, kids hanging out with their parents. As we get older, we realize that, it's cool to hang out with our parents. They
Huh?
do cool
What?
shit, right? I believe Gaia is Mira Tratito's daughter.
Oh,
I could be wrong though. Maybe I just made some shit up there. I don't know. Sister Sage down there, Xerox, thank you for popping in. Tony Pro, Kobe, Rune, Mental, and Brain. I don't see the rest of it. I'll have to check it. Thank you very much for popping in, each and every one of you, and taking the time to join us tonight. Hanging
Buddha,
out.
Xerox. I see them in the room.
Yeah.
Sid Skull.
Hell yeah.
All kinds of people in here.
No, it's beautiful, beautiful in here tonight, and this is really good. I'm happy that being our final artist of the 2023 season. I'm totally stoked to have y'all in here to enjoy us.
Hey, well, thank you for having me. I really, really appreciate it. And I also just wanted to say thank you, to the listeners that showed up and, that support. I really appreciate that. All these um, friends of mine, I've taken, over the last couple of years. I would have never thought that I would be developing, these type of relationships over the internet and that sort of thing. And it's, totally changed my life and the trajectory of it. So I'm really thankful for all you guys and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well said. Very true. I mean, we talk about that all the time here. We feel very, very blessed with the folks that we've been connected with 100%. Yeah, folks, so that was our guest artist. Like, welcome up to the stage, Mr. Joe Rogan. Or would you want us to call it Joe Rogan's dad, or should we call it Ian? What would you prefer? Do you care?
I don't care.
Okay.
I feel it's one and the same.
All right, perfect. That's wonderful. We'll call you Hey You a couple times, maybe. Something like that. Cool. Um, if you don't mind, would you mind just stepping up and giving yourself a little bit of an introduction for everybody that's here?
I around September 2021, during the kind of the height of the mania, a good friend of mine, someone I've known since college. He was a fraternity brother of mine, Kobe 24PX, out in the crowd. And he had introduced me to NFTs. And, I had had some, excess income lying around, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And so I started to dabble. And, I bought different Ethereum NFTs, trading them, playing with them, that sort of thing. Always on what's new, what's next, that sort of thing. Seeing the rug pulls firsthand, being in some of those discords. I mean, damn near threatening people. I mean, I've been through it all. Like it was a trying time, but then around December or so, I discovered Tezos, and I had been following Purple Drank, and I kind of was following his art, and I really liked it. And then in Dark Farms. Dark Farms is actually what kind of originally steered me into that direction, as well with Purple Drink. But following Dark Farms on Ethereum and then being able to afford his work on Tezos is what was really attractive. And so I started to collect Dark Farms, and then it kind of spread into this ecosystem of other favorite artists of mine: Die with the Most Likes, The Myth, Rat Cloaksy, that sort of thing, and Xerox down here. Um, that was an easy sell when everyone was like so obsessed with like flipping stupid PFP for a few bucks. Like we were doing something cool. We were collecting, good art, meaningful art, fun art. I mean, and still to this day, I wager that Tezos will be looked back on and be greatly revered. I mean, just it is the Viper Room of the 90s, in my opinion, still. It's yet to be truly commercialized and abused. I mean, it's the real chain as far as art goes. But, so that's where I've been. And, I've been doing I was collecting, and then around, for after about 6 months of collecting and my love of art growing, I decided to mess around with some AI. I think, like many people, around June 2022, um, did that, minted a lot, probably minted definitely more than I should have, but it was a great experience and just going through it and learning how to do that. And then just kind of evolving from there, doing collaborations, doing some illustration, slash, and then also doing some gifts, just trying to do something different, trying to evolve. Like I don't claim to be a talented artist. I fun, it's a hobby. I really was first here to collect, and then I grew to creating, and then, I'm just interested where the space is going in the future and who's leading it and what's going to happen. And, so there's just, I'm still excited either way.
That's killer. Well, being excited, man, that's the drive that keeps all of this going right now. There's so many people that are still very excited and passionate about it. Um, so when you were, when you started creating with the AI, I mean, you decided to jump in and do that little bit. Were you ever an artistic person before that?
I always had great respect for art. I never considered myself an artist. My cousin, Rune Toon, was always an artist. I mean, from the get go, we have been close since we were little. And I always had admiration and respect for his skill and ability. Um, so to me, I never, like I said, I have almost big imposter syndrome with the word artist. I like to create some art, but this is just a passion for me. I consider someone like my cousin a real artist, or some other people in this room real artists. I am definitely not that very skilled, but I have produced some things, and to me, it is about conceptually what's going on. And I think sometimes I have something interesting or neat conceptually to bring to the table. Not always, but sometimes. And I think that's kind of where, I excel, or people need to excel, is just kind of in their own path. And I'm happy with my own path. I just want to be here. Like I'm so thankful to have friends in this space after a couple years, and that's really always been the reward for me, and it's always going to continue to be. It's not about the money. I mean, clearly, you're not going to get rich creating Tezos NFTs or anything. But like I said, it's like after all this commercialization, and we just all look back on it, like what we had, and like even like kind of our super group in Tezos, like La Creme de la Creme. I mean, just so many talented people together, making art together, doing. I think it's just going to be, I don't know if we'll ever go back to that time. So it's been such a great ride. That's all I can say. And, I don't know where we're going, but I'm still here on the ride. I think just like anyone, if you're in it for the long haul, sometimes you can't always have your foot on the pedal all the way to the floor. Sometimes you got to focus on some in real life responsibilities or some other things going on, but you're always still here. You're still humming along. You got your ear to the ground. So like I said, I love Tezos. That has been my community. I still have Ethereum, works that I've collected. I would still consider collecting certain things on Ethereum, but Tezos is my home.
It's where the love and the warm fires are. Um, You minted on Ethereum as well as collecting?
No, I
No.
was always kind of just that was a little too standoffish for me because I just the idea of minting on Ethereum with the pressure of just gas and you know people that are you're asking your friends to purchase something on there, and you're thinking about later resale. I just never crossed that border. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have spent some time really putting something well together in a new direction. I did have a few ideas that I considered, but I just never quite went that direction. And maybe in 2024 I would, but it would be probably something like a foundation piece or something of that degree.
Cool. It's interesting. So you mentioned about the having that little bit of imposter syndrome to you, which I think everybody in this space has gone through at least at one point in time or another. I know Willie and I here with the night train and WX8BK, we battled with imposter syndrome like huge, so much, and probably it doesn't come up. I think today it probably still comes up a little bit, but it's a little bit more in check because we realized what, like you look at the room here, you know there's people that are here every week, and there's people who came in here tonight to throw flowers to you as well, and it just goes to show that well, they're here, right? So do you think that imposter syndrome will dissolve a little bit for you?
I mean, hey, my friends mean the world to me, and I really appreciate it. And all my friends know that I'm loyal to them as well, and that is a small token. Showing up in life. That really is about 80% of it. I mean, just showing up. So I really appreciate it. And yeah, it definitely makes me feel better. And like I said, I don't want to be known as an artist. I feel I'm just a player in this thing of ours. I don't even I collect, I create a little. I'm always looking to possibly do something else, and I think more things within this will emerge as it gets bigger. As displays get bigger, as real life exhibits will get bigger and more prominent. I had coffee with the awesome Paper Buddha this morning. Great experience, and like he moved to KC, and I was like, "What? Brought you KC?" And he's like, "It's awesome." Like he was he had just moved here, and he's been a lot of places, and it's just knowing that he came here and he's wanting to do some stuff here locally, and he's got stuff going on, and I just think it's so awesome. And I just want to show up and support and participate in any way I can. So that just really, like today, I was revitalized because it's like, wow, there's someone else in Kansas City that really wants to do something. So that was really cool, and we had a great time. It was a pleasure meeting him.
That's awesome to be able to have coffee with PB in the morning, and you'll be able to do it again because he's there. I honestly think you went there because the KC looks really dope on hats, and I think that's where it all boiled. No, just kidding. But
I think he's just secretly a giant Taylor Swift fan.
well, I mean,
And he's like, I got to get closer.
who isn't? Who isn't?
Hey, I mean, Casey is on the up. I was talking about leaving, but I recently had started a business here, and I just we're on the up. Like for a long time, we were not on the up, but like now we're really on the up. Like I mean, Taylor Swift is like 12 miles away with Travis Kelsey. Like they're doing stuff, and believe it or not, that brings attention and everything else to the area, and that's just one little positive, note in Kansas City's, situation. And with the 2026 FIFA World Cup, we're going to be getting the games. It's looking good.
Man, you
Well,
watch in
and
the
and I know as far as like the art scene goes that Paper and Laser Lou had done a couple of shows at least at least one gallery or some, if not a couple of different galleries, but I know they've done a couple of shows, like kind of um, NFT, Web3 curated shows
Yeah,
in Kansas City.
and definitely he's got some connections here for sure. And I had first kind of learned he was coming to Kansas City. I don't know, like a month or so ago. He took a picture at the Nelson Atkin Art Museum at this particular. They do have a great like Buddhist, like it is like top notch like exhibit and on all that. And I just had recognized that statue. I knew exactly where he was. I was like, oh yeah, the Nelson's awesome. And he said he was moving here, and I was like, man, we definitely gotta just link up and just talk and share some ideas. And I definitely want him to accompany me through that whole Asian and Buddhist exhibits that they have there, the whole wing. So,
Hell of a
yeah,
guide.
I'm
I mean,
really looking forward to it.
yeah, if you want if to have anybody guide you through that, that's like damn. That's an expensive tour if you had to pay for it. PB guided tour. Well, that's cool. That's really cool. It's really awesome to hear that you're rekindled and you're feeling some energy flowing again. Watch, years from now we'll be saying, we'll be going, man, don't you remember when PB moved down there to KC and he's gonna make things happen? And now look at it. Like they're not talking about Taylor Swift. It's Paper Buddha, right? That's what the big hubbub. Taylor Swift to be hanging out with PB, going, yeah, no, I'm a big PB collector, right?
I mean, I've hung out with Paper, and I would much rather hang out with Paper than I would Taylor Swift or Travis Kelsey.
How do you know? You've never hung out with either of them.
I can just tell, man. I can just tell. They're just not my style.
Okay, just
My point is just like those in real life connections are just what totally makes a lot of this worth it, in my opinion. And, I got a chance to meet Purple Drank like last year, and it was just great. Like he's always been like someone I've looked up to in the space. And then like meeting him, it was awesome. Like we got along great, and just like Paper Buddha, like we had a great time. Like I'm glad that we now know each other. It's that is very rewarding because at the end of the day, when we all first get into this, like digital assets, all this stuff, you're buying an artist's art. What are you really buying other than, access and, connection to that person, some degree. And I don't think that's anything to be shunned or shied away from. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think, those people want to be close. I think they want to get to know you. And it's just been, great to develop those relationships. I haven't had a chance to do any of the big event stuff. So I've just been very fortunate, to have made some friends through this and still been able to meet them. And another friend of mine, Otozi, who collects. He's a YouTuber. He does like internet commentary. He's like pretty huge, and he quietly collects Tezos, and we became close through that. And he's came through Kansas City multiple times, and we've just had the best damn time ever. And so I really, just this community, and even circling back to in the beginning, and getting my cousin involved, and through that, we were able to, ultimately you get closer. We created a Tez project together. We had been, in, just talks and helped each other, and tried to nurture each other through just the digital space. And it's been really great time, and to watch him go on and help and co-host with Poco Belly on his show and become a pillar in this community as well. It has been a real pleasure. So we're winning on multiple fronts here, I feel, or at least that's the way I feel. And
What what
you
is
know
what is that project that you guys did together?
Trongles. is what it's called, and it's on Tez. It's beautiful. It's just we really didn't. It was a combination of we were just early. I believe we came out with it in, I want to say March of 2022, March or April of 2022, and it's 100 one of one picture or photography shots that my cousin had taken with hand drawn illustration of 100 characters that we had created on these photography stills. And it's,
Oh yeah,
kind of,
these are
it was
super
kind of
cool.
one of those things where it's like a lot of people were like, wow, that is cool, that is unique. But then it just didn't quite, I guess maybe catch on to others. And it was just in an early phase. And maybe we were a little high on our initial pricing. But, I think we sold, I don't know, like 40% of the collection or so, something close to that. And they are great shots. I mean, they really are. Um, it's a great project. And like I said, my cousin is a skillful artist. We've been close basically our whole lives, and it's just been, cool to do this together and it was a really fun thing, and once again, it's like it doesn't matter like if it wasn't like, oh, it didn't sell out. To me, it's cool, it was a great memory. And I think whether maybe other people look on it in the future, maybe it's, cool or something to them, but you know it lives on, and there's still that possibility for future people if they think it's cool or whatever. And it was a great just art. It was great art pieces. It really was 100 one of ones. But like I said, it's just it's been a real a real ride, and I
So
never
who?
thought I would. If you would have told me like 4 or 5 years ago, in the future you're gonna have internet friends and you're gonna create things on the internet and you're gonna, I would have, no way, man. That's crazy talk. But I've really enjoyed myself, Taylor.
Oh, these trongles. This is an awesome collection.
These are dope, man.
I know.
And they're like you said, there's a ton of them. They're only five
No, they are.
tens,
I
which
know we dropped the price quietly like a while ago, and then it's just like, after we just didn't want to like just shill it out of nowhere, and we just, hey, like if it is good art and it will be appreciated, someone will appreciate it eventually. And
so who's the photographer and who's the cartoonist?
okay, the illustrator is a, was Steven, and we can bring up his. I can't remember his exact handle. His name's Stephen Cavan. Oh, damn it! I can't remember exactly his last name. It's been a while since we've spoken.
Yeah, you guys don't have it in the description or anything in
Kavanaugh,
here.
Kavanaugh, Stephen Kavanaugh, and he's also, let's see here. But yeah, going to the collection, Stephen Kavanaugh and basically and Evan, my cousin Runtun, they did all of the photography and illustration. I simply just helped coordinate with them on the project. I gave my, kind of advice. This was before I was creating anything art wise.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, I tried to help them push it. We were doing a Twitter. It's great work, but it's like something where I felt I couldn't, really shill it a ton. I did. I mean, I tried to get it out there as much as I could, but I felt like kind of the imposter syndrome. I didn't contribute to any of the actual artistic work on the pieces other than conceptually. So it was one of those things where,
Yeah, but you were already collecting at the time though, right?
oh yeah, no, for sure. Like,
So you
hey,
already
just
you already
like
have this
anything.
this this developed vision and eye, and like that's kind of like I'm terrible at creating, but you know Fitz will always ask me stuff, and he's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. And like I'm good at throwing out ideas and like getting them out there and then letting somebody else kind of run with it. I
Yeah,
just
no, for sure. And it's just, like I said, I did feel I was a part of the group, and it was our thing. And hey, it's still great. They're still available. If anyone is interested, feel free. I think that it's a lot went into those actually, and it's a downright bargain.
I pinned it up to the I pinned up the link up to the top there for anybody that wants to go check it out. And I'm
Fantastic.
telling you, I'm about to click and buy now, so people better jump on these.
I'm just looking through to see which ones I like best.
I was clicking through, and then I'm like, oh, this is the one I'm gonna get. And then I went, oh shit, somebody owns it. Okay, I gotta find a new one. These are great. They're really cool. They're really dope.
I'm getting a real Rich Sanders vibe. I'm getting real all real monsters. I'm getting some Studio Brook
I was gonna
feelings
say with a
here.
little
Yeah, I
Studio Brook.
mean, hey, I mean, a lot went into those, and Stephen Kavanaugh, he is a trad artist as well in Omaha, Nebraska, and I mean, he's a very talented, um, you know, pop cartoonist. I mean, just illustrator. He just overall is fantastic, as well as my cousin. And it's just been, like I said, it's just really cool, like to my cousin was in the traditional art world, and I was like, "Hey, man, have you heard of NFTs?" He's like, nothing great about them. I haven't heard anything great about them. So and then slowly bringing them into it, and fully embrace now, and just to watch this thing kind of grow on its own. And it's like, hey, what better heartbeat to what's going on in just the art community than digital art and Twitter and these marketplaces, and just being able to, like, literally, you have your anyone has the ability to know what's going on.
Totally. Kind of circling back a little bit as I click through these things here, and I'll try to talk. Circling back to like you met PB and you hit it off, and it's like super great, and it was like it's the one thing I've found with this. If you're already involved in this space, in this Web3 world, whether it's collecting, creating, or just hanging out and kicking around, the people here, I found that everybody here, we're all here for a like-minded kind of thing. So for me personally, when I have met people face to face, there's already that connection there. Doesn't matter who you are or for what walk of life you're from or whatever. If you're hanging out in this space, you're already halfway there to being friends. Honestly, is kind of the way that I look at it. I mean, maybe the next time I meet somebody, it'll be a little bit wrong, but it is the one beauty. It's kind of like a dating app, and we've already weeded out the people that we don't want to talk to, and the cool people are still here. Um, I love that vibe. I also really I appreciate that you mentioned it a couple weeks ago, and you mentioned it tonight again earlier about this being like the Viper Room from back in the '90s, and
Oh, it is. I
it's
mean,
very
like,
true.
it is.
Um, Willie and I have talked about it many times, on the night train here about and I've said it to many of the artists, like you even look down here in this room, Lily White, Paper Buddha, Vendel, even Jay down there who's helping people, build their discords and everything, Synth Skull, like all these people in here, like we're here now and we're doing things. We have made an imprint. We will be talked about. Like, I don't doubt it that WX8BK is going to be a part of the whole memory process and the OG back in the day, what Tezos was and where it was, where it came from. Because, I mean, we're interviewing folks like you and getting our feet dirty and getting right down into the guts of it all. And we're all going to be remembered because, yeah, it's an awesome movement. It's a beautiful place to be.
And like I said, it's been the, like, kind of the space, like, from the beginning. Like, I saw it. Like, I got addicted to Tezos and collecting because I was like, this is awesome. Why isn't everyone doing this? Question mark. And then I realized, no, actually, I don't share the same sentiment as most other people. Most other people truly are interested solely in gambling. And that's what I kind of realized, because even big names in the space as far as influencers, Cosimo, even I really like D's, but even D's, like, kind of throw shade on Tezos. And why? Because it's not a glorified commercial where they can make buku bucks off it.
Hmm.
And that is gonna be cool later on. The people that care is they're gonna remember that, and that's gonna be cool. And like I said, it's like from the beginning. You've a great amount of your accessibility for some guy in Argentina to mint work is accessible on Tezos. It is simply not accessible on Ethereum.
Hmm.
And like to say, oh well, any work can only be taken serious if it's on Ethereum. I mean, I think that's quite a bit of hubbub. I mean, it's just truly like I said, you're giving people the means that like make, you know, I mean, shit, they make $20 a day, $10 a day, and it's like they can do that on Tezos, and I'm joking around and saying, hey, this is just for fun. Like the art I create, the money, like the Tezos I make, I put it back into the ecosystem. I collect more. I don't take the money out. For some people, this is how they survive, and I respect the hell out of that. For somebody somewhere, like if they can live off this, hey, that is amazing. Really, more power to them. It truly is. It's where else could they do that? Nowhere. Nowhere else. That's the truth. And so to see that kind of empowerment and embracing, and then so you got people all around the world, and then you got people that are like great traditional artists, or like well-known painters, like Tony Pro in the crowd here, phenomenal painter, oil painter, Western theme. I mean, just American through and through. I love it. And to see, Tony on here, and he's been on Tezos. I think well, he was kind of in on the beginning, and to see his work, and he's had great works. And I had even purchased a physical from him, which I love. I really do love that painting. I'm gonna have it forever. And just it's been that's so cool, and it's just that connection even. And we've gotten to know each other some, and if I'm ever in the lovely state of Texas in his area, I will definitely hit him up for some coffee. But so I really love Tezos and its accessibility. And hey, this is just for fun. We're having fun here, and the people who are super obsessed with flipping and Ethereum and gas and all these fees, or what's the current trend now, it's Solana art, whatever. I could care less. I mean, I'm perfectly happy where I am, and I think, like I said, this is what I can enjoy and what I can put in, and the wheels keep rolling. Everything keeps going. So I'm at a good place, and I love Tezos, and I'm going to continue to love Tezos.
I think that's why a lot of people are here. It's a very good, comfortable place, and everybody's going to keep trucking with it.
I mean, let's not trash Solana though. There's some great artists on Solana too.
No, I'm not trashing Solana. I
No,
was
I
just
know. It's just
trashing the latest, everyone, the trend deal of the time. But no, Solana. I don't know enough about it. I never minted on it, but hey, I get it, And I think really kind of going back to the answer of, I think all this chain talk is stupid in general. I think within 2 to 3 years, you're going to see some sort of token wrapping thing, or some marketplace that incorporates this token wrapping. I mean, they're going to make it very easy for an end user, no matter what chain, to collect, to sell, to do whatever. It's inevitable. It's not a question of, if, it's when. And that is going to happen. So like what I said, like when people are like, oh, I wouldn't collect that because it's on that chain. Well, that's a really short-sighted, outlook, because chances are in the future it's not going to matter. And then it's about what artist is it. And like, that's why my die with the most like stuff on Tezos, never letting it go. Never letting it go. I love his work, but That's my point. I own anyone could just take, you know, they could feasibly collect his work on Tezos. His one of ones on Ethereum go for like 9 ETH. The price of like a certified pre-owned Honda Civic. So, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So
Yeah, but you
who's
can collect his work on
accessible to who?
you can collect his work on Tezos for the price of never mind.
Probably, $500, $800, depending on like the piece or what the example. Okay, a one of one would probably cost you, maybe 1,000, but you could probably get it for less.
Yeah,
A
he's
one
done
of
like some
one.
FX hash stuff to where you can get for like probably 20, 30 Tez
No, his yeah,
if
even
somebody's
those of
flipping.
his do really well, and I'll always compliment him on his just whole entire trajectory, like how he just works, how he functions. Like, he is so interesting to follow on Twitter, and he gets so much engagement because he puts out so much like work for free that's like funny and never minted, just like he did a whatever of something, a little commentary of what's going on, and just created that cult following. And when he incorporates like brands I haven't even thought of in like 20 years or something, and it just hits that little nostalgia tick, or some fuckable Yeti cooler or something of that nature. Like, I mean, it's funny.
Fuckable
Like
bucket of
it
chicken
hit.
that we talked about.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't even, it hits on multiple levels, and like he's also a really cool guy. Like, and he's like I was saying this earlier to Paper Buddha, but he's one of those, and I don't, I'm no expert, but like if you think of like back in the day, like the New York like school scene artists, like where they were almost like part artist, part celebrity, like part Hollywood, like that's kind of him. Like, I mean, he is like, oh man, he's a package, and like what, his commerciability is in the future, we don't know. And that's all I'm going to say. Like, out of anyone I know, like his career, you have no idea where he could be in 5 years. And, and
Yeah,
it's like,
and if you want a physical from him, just hit up his DMs and ask him for a bookmark because he drew up like 200 bookmarks or something for NFT NYC a couple years ago, and then didn't end up being able to go because he got sick and was just giving them out to people who just asked for them.
wow, that is cool. But that only is a testament to how cool of a dude he is.
Yeah, exactly.
And and I got a physical from him, and he, it was very reasonable. He was very, just everything about him is just cool. He's a good dude. Like, I mean, it's just, without a doubt, I would do anything I could to help him ever. Like, if he ever asked me for anything, I would really try. And like I said, I've really, it's been awesome collecting his work, and his work always spoke to me. I mean, always got me engaged, always made me laugh. Like, it always spoke to me, and sometimes you don't
Is it
need to
is
have a
is that
serious
because you've
thought.
always wanted to fuck an Air Jordan or what? I mean, what? I mean, I'm a big
just
fan
the
too.
just no,
I'm just
just
joking
that
about it.
America, that play on American brands in the '90s, and hey, the '90s was kind of go, and I have a lot of fond memories, and just it's a mixture of it's funny, it's nostalgic, it's everything. Like, it's almost hard to describe why, well, not but why does anyone like it? I mean, hey, it's just, it's entertaining, his work, and he is entertaining. And so, like I said, it's just, he's, if you watch his trajectory, it's literally just up, up, up. If you look at all of his sales going back for the last 2 years, and if you put it on a grid, it's literally in an exact diagonal line heading up. Like, I mean, it's a 45-degree angle. Like, he only he only does more. Like, I mean, it's he's had, like I said, and he's always at all the events. He does a great job, great showing, cult like following. Love it.
I remember when we had him on and he was mentioning that we were talking about going to Miami for Art Basel, and he's like, "Yeah, no, I'd love to be there hanging out on the beach in my crotchless Junkos."
Yeah.
It's like, fuck. It's just, he was a really cool. He was a really great dude to have on the space. Yeah, 100%.
Oh man, just talented, just talking to him. Exactly. Who can come up with that? Just
Right?
like on cue into such a level and such a degree. Like, and if you, I don't know if you guys have ever read his writing, but like it almost like reads like philosophy. Like it's so intense. It's like that, but like so intense. Like
But also
it takes.
extremely like graphic and vulgar.
Yeah, but it takes like
Yeah.
2 minutes to like read a paragraph. Like
Oh
because
yeah.
it's just like whoa, like
Yeah.
you
You're like,
feel like
you're like,
it's
you're like, what the
fucking
fuck
your
did I
mind.
just read? I got to go back and read that again. Hold on a
Correct,
second here.
correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. No, he sent me a bookmark, right? And then last year, it's been over a year since we had him on. We had him on like last year, right around Thanksgiving. And I was like, well, I don't have a book to put this bookmark in. and that's when he told us that about his writing and stuff. He's like, yeah, it's on Amazon. So I went and bought a couple of his books, and that's where my bookmark sits now.
The
Hey,
perfect
that's
place.
awesome.
The perfect place. Um. So Ian, you talked about like you stepped away a little bit from the space. Um. Do you foresee yourself jumping back in and creating and doing what you do, or are you gonna hit it a
Yeah,
different
for
way?
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. My business, I'm starting to have systems put in place that require me less for every little thing. So yes, for sure. And also,
Oops, sorry, hit the mute button on accident.
I was just gonna say the biggest thing, my business is starting, like I said, putting some systems in place. And my daughter was born almost a year ago, and that's kind of really when I did have to step back, and I had to really think about, what I needed to do for my family in order to just make sure we were going in the right direction. So, I definitely had to step back just kind of when I had free time to create and that sort of thing, which was not a lot. And only now am I starting to kind of get some time, but not even really still. But 2024, I definitely want to be more active, and I plan on it. And I don't want to just be doing AI. I want to do even some. I've had some idea for some, traditional art that I can even upload to the blockchain, photography, that sort of thing. But
You
even
know what's missing in the space. If I can give just a little bit of not advice, but maybe just like a suggestion. What's
sure,
missing in the space is like some clay sculptor. So if that's a direction you want to go in, I don't know.
maybe if it was a stop motion
Yeah.
animation like picture about like me like clay sculpture that explodes like from a 12 gauge like shotgun slug. That's my kind of art, but
That's doable art.
Yeah. That's yeah.
oh,
That's
and
definitely something that's missing.
I've definitely had some creative thoughts, and that involve paint, high velocity rifles, and things of that nature. But things are going to keep moving, and I'm going to do some digital stuff. My biggest thing I love is collabs, and I think just to get my beak wet again, I'll probably talk to my cousin and some other my close confidants and get a collab or two going. That's always what feels good.
Mhm.
Do you like Do you like creating more than you like collecting?
I really enjoyed creating. I still enjoy creating. When I'm in the moment and I'm got my idea set and I just literally need to work it, but I've figured out the idea, and I think other people probably experience this too. You'll sit down and just like, 3 hours went by, poof, and yeah, like I've enjoyed, there are many artworks that I made that I either drew a few of the AI stuff, but like I truly enjoy. I mean, they bring a smile to my face today. I I mean, I laugh about them. I'm proud of them. I don't know if other it, to me, if other people like it, hey, that's awesome. And if they don't, whatever. It is what it is. Just along for the ride.
Well, and that's the biggest, most important thing too, is that if the creator, if you're happy with it, then really, honestly, who cares if anybody else likes it? It's obviously nice to be able to, share things and have people be pumped about it and everything like that. But it's definitely more important that the creator is very happy with their own creations, for sure.
Hey, it's been a great ride, and everything. I have no complaints. The only thing that I want is just more connection. That's the only thing I desire. I mean, more the friends that I've made, being able to actually meet with them in real life and discuss real ideas and, maybe get something going on any level. If we can get some new whatever going, something, business wise or just, personally, I enjoy them. It's a new friend of mine. That's what I desire, and that's what's valuable, in my opinion, because chasing whatever, and everyone's seen it. Just the space is not like it was. Chasing a dollar or anything like that, you're going to end up in a place where you're not happy, and you waste a lot of time and energy. So I've just been trying to do the most organic way I can, just kind of grow by being trying to be a good person. I my big thing is I try to congratulate my friends when they do good things, and that's by even just giving them support on Twitter, liking their posts, commenting. I mean, when it is legitimately something, cool, why not give them some support? And I feel like, man, Twitter, like everyone just, oh man, whose leg do you have to hump to get a like these days? I mean, seriously. you know, so I mean, but so it's like, hey, I've always tried to be, and I think my friends know that. Like I always am happy for them. I'm not envious or jealous of someone's success. If anything, I think it's awesome. And I have some friends that have been very successful, and I think it's awesome. So that's what's going to propel me, you know? And hey, it is what it is. Like, I'm not demanding anything from anybody. I just want to, if what I'm doing, if people like it, if it catches on, cool, and I'm always willing to listen to others, and I'm not afraid to, join in to somebody else who's doing something. I don't need to be the leader, I mean, it's just, I'm all about where we're going.
Hope. Yeah, for sure. Just those last few statements that you made, that really shows why you're really pumped on and why collabs really work for you and get you going. Because you're all about hanging with the homies and supporting and making things go. So when somebody else is there for the ride, it just makes it even better.
Yeah, because I mean, why? Why be a sellout for a few bucks? I mean, why? It's just not even worth it. It wouldn't even be worth being a sellout. Like it's just, this is what. If we don't have the connection to others, then the whole kind of digital thing is a facade, and so we have to maintain that, in my opinion.
Sorry, I had the mic off. I was having a Dynavap break there. Dying. Um, oh shit, Willie changed his PFP. Nice PFP, Willie.
Yeah, I was trying to because he looks like he's on a one wheel. Get it?
Oh shit.
Are you skillful with a one wheel?
I wouldn't say skillful. No, I mean I ride one, but I'm not like out there doing tricks and shit.
You're not like those dudes that put a lawn chair on it and cruise around.
But proficient.
Oh, that's easy if I could find that kind of lawn chair.
All right.
That's just a lawn chair. But yeah, I'm not like going up fucking curbs or jumping over shit.
Right on.
I'm just cruising around the neighborhood.
Willie still has all of his teeth, so I guess that means proficient.
Oh, I almost lost my elbow twice though. So you know, missing some skin over there.
Be Willie gonna be a statistic on a one wheel. All right.
Already am twice.
Hold my beer. Hold my beer. I'm flipping around some pieces of artwork out of the on YouTube here on out of the Joe Rogan object
Yeah.
page.
What are some of the what are some of the favorite pieces that you've created?
I would say I can just off the top of my head, the collaborations, and then some of my kind of recent pieces that are kind of commentary, like on memes, that sort of thing. So, like the whole come and take it with a ledger thing, I won't really get into it, but I like Vincent Van Gogh had made that a big thing, and I had thought that he had saw my piece, and then he had made that piece, and it became a big thing, and then everyone made that piece, and they were all you know paying homage to him with that piece, and that kind of grinded my gears a little bit because like the whole come and take it flag with Texas and its history and what it represents with the hardware wallet. Like it is like I'm not a great artist, but like I'll say it again, I'm not like a great talented artist, but it's just simple ideas. I thought that was a great conceptual idea. And it was. I mean, so to me, it was because he proved it was. So like to me, like at first I was angry, but then I realized, and I'm still, let's say, a little bitter, but I've let it go. For the most part, as far as my anger goes, I think that's important. I feel better about it because, like I said, it's still successful. So some part of history will still know, like that, like successful meme that ended up being a successful meme. I did kind of create, and he did kind of take it and run with it
So
without.
was it just parallel thoughts, or like did you ever figure out like
It's like exactly the same.
so you're pretty convinced that he just
Oh,
stole
I
it?
mean, they kicked him out of the creme de la creme chat, like Xerox did, and Mikey Wilson, and I mean that is what happened. But like I said, I don't even want to dwell on that. But it, I love just a little commentary. Like I made a little recent piece, and I didn't even push it hard. Like I tweeted it for 20 minutes, and I felt wrong doing it, so I deleted the tweet. But I made a piece where it's like I've been dealing with my rental car company, and like what I fear in life is that dreaded check engine light. And just like an illustration of a check engine light with a flashing wrecked
Wrecked.
instead of checked,
Yeah,
and
I picked that piece up today. That's a
and I
killer piece.
appreciate that. It's because
I'm like how did I not like how have I not seen this? Like, it's such an easy like concept, but I'm like it's so genius, but I haven't seen it before. I'm like, how have
well,
I
I
not seen this
really
before? Like,
appreciate those words. I appreciate those words. I do. And I, like I said, I'm not like this isn't some grandiose illustration. I just thought it was pretty funny. Like just hey, this is my life. Like this, I'm trying to take something of my life and put it in my art. Like this is kind of it. And if you look at my art, I love mob movies. So there's tons of mob references everywhere. The Sopranos is second nature to me. Um, that's just me. That's just how it is. But it's been fun, like I said. Like, but my piece I've been most proud of has just been some of these collaborations, and even where I helped with some of the AI, and then even a couple that were just straight up conceptual collaborations where I had kind of come up with the theme. We jointly had kind of come up with the themes and that sort of thing, but I had kind of expressed what we had wanted to do for it. So the combination of those, and like I said, the collaboration specific two in particular mine, the one with my cousin, Family Business, which is a GIF that has even some of our pieces in the background, and it's an amazing piece. It really is, with some subtle detail on a GIF. I mean, my Rune Tune, if you look at his work, his gifts, they're so beautiful in a special way, in a different way. I mean, the subtle detail, you got to really watch for it. It's not so in your face, you're just going to notice it right away. But if you look for it and then you see it and you appreciate it. And so that is a piece that I really brings a smile to my face. And then another one of my heroes and favorite artists that I haven't mentioned tonight is Gloomtube, and doing a collab with him was really cool. And I just think that piece in general is just really cool. And it's kind of a play on like Joe Rogan's podcast, but it's JRD's podcast, and he's sitting down with me, and it's just like I said, I was smiling ear to ear, like it was the best damn time ever. I really enjoyed that one.
That's great.
I called a couple of those up on the screen here. So anybody that's on YouTube watching, which they probably aren't, they can see them.
Yeah, I found the family business. I was looking for the other one that we were talking. Um, what's the deal with the myth? You got a lot of references in there.
So
Are
when
you
I
the myth,
saw, no, 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 no,
or
no,
you're just
no,
buddies
and
with like are they
I hope
collabs?
that's never been I hope that's never been misconstrued. No, the myth is the artist from Argentina. And this profile picture, when I saw it, I was like, "That's me." I was like, "That is me in a freaking profile pic." I was like, "That's me." It is, and it's just clicked for me. It's my PFP. I will never. I mean, I would never willingly change it. I mean, it's always going to be a derivative of this, and he is one of my absolute favorite artists. And we've talked a lot, and like I said, I've tried to just make that my character or persona in the sense when I'm trying to add myself in a piece of art. If you're going to have one image, what one image is it going to be? And for me, this is my one image. And it always no, I respectfully, I think he's a phenomenal artist, and he is creating art that he's really has no competition with. He is in a league of his own. And like I said, it's I consider it, my identity. It's his artwork that I have taken as my identity, and we've talked about it in great lengths. And hey, he wants me to do that. He wants me to, do it proudly, and I do, and he's for it, and so I obviously wear it on my sleeve with pride.
All right, I respect that.
Burning questions answered. So one of the other big burning questions that we always like to always ask in the space too. You do. I do believe you puff, and I was wondering, do you prefer bong, joint, pipe?
I prefer cartridge.
Oh, cartridge. I forgot about that
Yeah,
option.
just because like my wife doesn't really like it, and I have this little outdoor like fake outdoor box that I like have in my carport, and like so I keep my weed in there, and like sometimes I'll go outside and like smoke a joint, but it's a lot of work, so I just prefer the cartridge.
Yeah, cool. Do you use those little those? Are you talking about like an oil or a shatter cartridge, or do you do like those little fucking? They look like jewels.
No, like a oil, 1 gram
Yeah. Okay.
cartridge
Yeah.
resin,
Yeah.
or yeah, yeah. And that's just kind of, I mean, just discreet, next level. I'm always doing stuff, and hey, I like smoking weed and stuff, but I realize you can't exactly like reek a weed and like conduct business and do things all day.
No, that's
So
unless you're a
that's
rock star. Right.
that's true. I guess I'm not quite there yet,
No.
but so for me, it's easy, and what I like is it's not a big like I'm working, I'm doing research on my computer, I'm trying to bid on something or buy on an auction, and I can just be ripping it. It's just easy.
Yeah.
It's it's not a big to do.
Yeah, for sure.
But I like the edibles though. I was putting myself out. They had this deal. It was like 150 bucks for like 2,000 milligram edibles, like 10 of them, so like 200 milligrams an edible.
Woo
And
woo.
oh man,
Hell yeah.
the first night I took one, I'm like, oh, I'm used to smoke, whatever. So I took the whole one, and I mean, by like I took it like 2 o'clock, by like 6:30, I was like, I gotta lay down. I was like, hon, I'm skipping dinner. I gotta lay down. So, but hey, I'm all about it. And what's cool is I live in Kansas City on the Kansas side, which marijuana isn't recreationally legal, but in Missouri it is.
Well, with Buddha, around the corner now, it doesn't really matter.
Hey,
I wouldn't think at least.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to our at some point when we get to spark it up. But yeah, I mean, right downtown, like where we had coffee, I mean, there's multiple shops where you can just go in and buy anything you want, be heavily taxed, and leave somewhat happy.
Be
Woohoo.
heavily taxed is the key there.
That's right. That's the fun part, right?
Heavily taxed. Dude.
Yeah.
Try like 23%, dude.
Holy. On probably
Yeah, I don't even know what it is because I got to drive fucking 2 hours away to be heavily for the pleasure of being heavily taxed.
Wow.
So I don't even bother looking at it. I'm like, I don't care. I just need weed until I can come back.
That's the beautiful thing about here, man. We got them. We used to be known for having a liquor store like every 5 blocks. Now we've got weed shops every 5 blocks, man. And the government tried. Like, I mean, obviously they tax the hell out of it, but the 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 producers had to drop their prices so drastically that it's become very reasonable now. which is awesome. And even the black market has had to
But yeah,
drop.
they flooded it with product. They flooded everything with product. So your supply got increased exponentially while your demand stayed the same.
Yeah.
Well, generally, like we've all kind of seen this, right? Like if you want to look at the weed game, and I'm not an expert, but I stay up to date on things. Oregon has such a surplus. Like their shit is so cheap. Like people are like going out of business, and it's like,
Yeah,
hey,
I think California's the same way. I think a lot of companies like just like the last couple months
well, it
have
takes
been filing
time, right?
bankruptcy and going out of business.
But it takes time for like the law to be passed, the culture to set in, endless people wanting to get into the game. And hey, I'm sure all of us working people, and in the chat here, like have you seen like your jobs getting saturated? I mean, if you're in any sort of gig work or anything, like so many people are coming on that they're willing to work for almost nothing. Like, I mean, it's just like that is a constant occurrence. So it's like, it's interesting kind of where this tech and, we have so many options, but do we really? So it's just kind of interesting to watch.
That's where I'm lucky. I'm a heavy duty mechanic and nobody wants to do that shit. So
No shit.
jobs,
Really? That's really cool.
job security.
So
Kids now.
like cranes, what are you talking about?
I do transport trucks and trailers. Like
Okay. Very
fuel
cool.
fuel haulers, to actually to be specific. Anything that hauls liquids, pretty much gas, diesel, freaking oil, bulkers. Yeah, yeah. Nobody wants to do that anymore, man. Nobody wants to do this.
Nobody knows how either because it's all all the rest of the mechanic work is all electronic.
Yeah, well, in the truck side of it, for
Like
sure, for
Fords
sure.
and Chevys and shit. You got to
Well,
fucking be a computer engineer.
what's crazy, I mean, what I just really realized, like when I saw like the biggest things like in America, like your biggest purchase is going to be your home and your vehicle. Even
Yeah.
though many people are very nonchalant about their vehicle purchase, way more than they should be. 90% of people are. It's your second biggest asset you're going to own. But
Vehicle's never an asset. I shouldn't say never, but vehicle's rarely an asset.
that's true. I mean, that is very true. But now, like, hey, I'm in the car game. Like, do you want to know what Subaru charges an hour for labor? $250.
Ah, fucking
Who can afford that shit?
robbers.
Like, I mean, they want 150 bucks for an oil change, and I got a new Subaru Crosstrek, which is awesome, and I'd highly recommend to anyone who wants a new little car, all-wheel drive, under 30 grand. Definitely go with probably a Subaru Crosstrek. I mean, it's really a good option, but
I mean,
it's
or
just like,
Tesla charges nothing for an oil change, so you can get a Model 3.
Oh fuck!
hey,
At four times
I
the
have a
price.
Model 3. I have a Model 3. I love it. Like, I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you. I have a Model 3. Kobe 24PX is a Model 3. Like, I mean, dude, I love it. I put 30,000 miles on mine in a year. Like, it's a great car for every regular person, middle middle class, dual income, usually has two newer cars in the driveway anyhow. One of them should be a Tesla. And it's like, hey man, you know why? Like, they're literally 10 years ahead of the rest. Like, my Tesla is the base model, and I get like 263 miles of range. Even with the little degradation, I'm at like 248 miles of range. Even real world is like 220.
Yeah, so
Porsche,
unless you
Kia,
have a
no, but
2-hour commute every
hey,
day.
hey, but that's the base model. Porsche, Kia, all these other brands, their top models can't crack 200 miles. Period, even claimed.
Yeah,
So like real mileage, like 140 or something. So Tesla is
yeah,
so
Chevy's, Fords,
far.
nothing like the Lightning. I think has like 300 miles range. The Ford F-150 Lightning, I think it's like 300, maybe 320 miles range, but it's like twice the amount of battery as is in
They just cut
like a Model
production
X
in
or a
half
fucking Cybertruck.
on the Lightning. Like the Lightning is commercially unsuccessful for Ford, which, hey, the
It
Ford
Yeah,
F-150 is the most
it takes twice as
successfully.
long to charge as anything else. Like it the even on paper, it's a fucking nightmare. I don't know why anybody would buy that thing.
Well, anybody, I would say. I
But
mean, as a
I would
mechanic, I
say,
would say anybody that wants to buy any Ford. Anyways,
I agree there too. Unless it's a fucking GT, I don't know what you. I don't, yeah,
no, I wouldn't even buy one of
I'm with
those.
you on
Nope.
Ford. I don't know.
Anyways,
I would say if you got about 30 grand to spend, actually now 20 grand, like they're selling for 20 grand on the secondhand market, the Tesla Model 3. Mine's a 2021. I got 10,000 off MSRP essentially, and some guy had it for like a year and put 10,000 miles on it. And so, he paid 46,000, I paid 31,000. So that's kind of it
Yeah,
depreciates like a
but how
television,
much? But how much did he
not
get
like
back
a
in
car.
federal rebates at the time?
If you buy it used,
So
it's zero. It doesn't
I
matter.
know.
He could
I'm
have
saying
got some.
the initial purchase, he probably was closer to 32 or 33.
No, this is when they were at 47. His original sticker was
Okay.
47, like back then. So he got probably 7,500 off, but it cost him like 10 grand to drive it 10,000 miles. So what I would say is do not buy a brand new Tesla and like barely drive it, get upside down on the payments, and then have to get rid of it. Big mistake. But
Yeah.
if you can afford it, like seriously, like hey, and if you got some good income coming in, you need a reliable vehicle, get you to and fro. I would highly recommend that vehicle.
Jeez, Willie,
God damn it! I
really
know
stop.
my fat thumb keeps
God,
hitting the mute everybody button tonight.
God
I'm sorry, man.
damn it!
No,
You
you're
didn't mute.
good, but like I said, I would
Trying to
highly
scroll on the left. It's in
recommend
a
the
bad
Model
spot.
3.
I just
Um,
it up here in Canada, man. Like with the way the economy is and everything. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to buy. I don't. Sorry, not a new vehicle. I would never buy a new vehicle. I bought one new vehicle in my life, and that was just to say I did it, and I'd fucking never do that again. But I just don't. Have gone through the roof. It's ridiculous. Like even on the used market, if we talk about like junkers, like beaters with heaters, like a car that used to be $500 is $1,500 all day long now, which blows me the fuck away, man.
Well, this is what I'll tell you right now. I can already tell you. This is what I do all day long is car market stuff. I bid and buy cars pretty often. What has happened is what used to be $5,000 cars have now became $10,000 cars. But now, since everything is slowed down, cars that kind of artificially went up in value, like were holding their value too steady at 30 or 40,000, like, 5, 6 year old highly optioned SUVs or trucks, they're starting to get crushed down to 20 grand. So you have this thing where there's no cheap cars really anymore, but like all the super expensive ones that people have huge payments on that they're totally underwater are getting totally devalued. So this is literally what we're witnessing is like the worst case scenario.
Interesting. So
Yeah,
I,
it's kind of like the housing crash in '08, right?
Yeah,
Where
I
like
mean, for
they
sure. There's more Americans that have $1,000 a month payment than ever in history on a
yeah,
car, which is pretty insane to be honest
and
with you.
they're
If
not
your
five
payment
year
is
they're
a
not
thousand
5 year
dollars,
loans or leases either. They're not 5 year loans. They're 7 and 8 year loans at $1,000.
for sure. And my what I would just tell anyone is like if you're getting into right now, you're looking at if you got good credit about 10%. And I mean, I'm in dealerships. I try to buy new cars, and it's just because the interest is too high that usually I pass for my business. Because right now, it's just really not feasible. If I had to have an interest payment on top of the cost to run that business, it just really wouldn't work. Um, so we're in between a rock and a hard place, and it's like I said, people are out of hey, right now 23% of homes are owned by corporations. By 2030, like 40% of homes are going to be owned by corporations,
Well,
single family
they're
homes.
trying to outlaw that and kind of roll back some of the laws
Yeah,
that
but
allow that to happen. But
will they
yeah,
though?
that's a good point.
In the United States, I don't think they will.
Yeah,
And I'm not that I'm saying it as a negative thing, but it's just it is what it is. That's kind of where we're going. Home ownership, very expensive, very few.
they want you to
Car
rent everything.
ownership.
They don't want you to own anything.
No, dude, they don't want you driving around. They don't want old cars on the road. They want
You
you
can't
to
own
fly.
software anymore. Like you don't get to own software anymore. You get to pay a subscription
And
monthly.
hey, I mean, they're all about EVs because I get it. It's highly technical cars that basically they can shut off whenever they want. Not to say that Tesla would do that, but you have to understand that even like if you lived in California, you live in a wildfire area, I only have Teslas. Okay, well, your Tesla might not have any battery or something, and then you're stuck. No electricity, no whatever. So there's certain situations where Tesla wouldn't work, or if they literally didn't want you to leave cities for whatever reason, they could kind of turn off the software on any
I
of
mean,
them.
they can just shut down the power grid too to do that without
Yeah, I mean,
and then
power
call it
would be down if there
a
was a
grid failure
situation.
and not not a car shutdown.
Hey, I am still all about Tesla. I think it's for the regular person doing regular person stuff. If you just like aren't a teenage girl and can kind of plan ahead a little bit, like plug it in and remember to do stuff like that, then it'll be fine. Like, but I get it. Some people they don't want to think. Like, oh, low gas. I just need to fill it up. If you don't want to think, then go with a gas car. But for the average person, if you're already spending 20 plus grand, do yourself a favor. It's just really that simple. I own 7 gas cars and a Tesla, so I can tell you for a fact the Tesla is just a way better regular vehicle. But hey, I would love to talk to some people out there, see if anyone's willing to speak.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? I definitely have a couple more still. So I want to get back into a couple questions, but we can open the floor up. Um, and
Fin-
I can throw you some out here while we wait for people to want to speak up.
hell yeah.
But yeah, if anybody has any questions, wants to request, wants to come up and
I
chat.
would I would love to have an electric vehicle, man. I totally would love to. One day, I guess maybe I will, but not anytime soon. It'll be cool when they have
So
wireless charging. You can just fucking park in a spot and you don't have to hook anything in.
so one so something else I wanted to know. is like where did you get your name from? Like where did I mean obviously
Okay,
you're good with the commentary. A lot of your art is commentary based. So
so
like
I like Joe Rogan, obviously. Um, I'm pretty much an avid listener to his podcast. I agree with him, not on every
some have
issue, but
described us the Joe Rogans of Web3
That's
interviews.
that's facts. That's true. That's
Just saying.
facts.
More than one person.
hey, well then we're in the right place. And so I listened to Joe Rogan in when I first learned about like all this shit and this anonymity and all this. I had known that Joe Rogan, like I know this even kind of sounds bad, but like Joe Rogan didn't know his dad. Like is this a mysterious figure, right? So Joe Rogan's dad. And
Oh,
like I said,
I didn't know that about him.
it's kind of cringy to myself even a little bit, but it's kind of funny at the same time. But like I love Joe Rogan, so if like he ever heard this, I would apologize instantly. But um, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that about his dad. I I'm not so much a big fan anymore. I used to be a big fan. I'm a big fan of his comedy. You know, and listen to the podcast here and there, but
I was a
I
big
haven't
fan
listened
when he was a
in
Fear
several years.
Factor host.
So a couple years ago, before he moved out to Austin, um, he used to hunt just over the hill from LA where he was living. And my cousin's husband used to be his guide out here in California.
No
And
shit.
I was just randomly listening one day, and I would listen like maybe once a month. And I was randomly listening one day, and he's talking about my cousin's husband on the podcast. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, holy shit. And then a couple months go by, and my cousin tells me, "Oh, we're moving to Texas." I'm like, "Oh, that's yeah, whatever. We don't see you enough as it is. Like, we're never gonna get to see you." She's like, "Yeah, you know, my husband got a job out there at a bigger ranch and blah 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 and this and that." And then a couple months go by after that, and Joe Rogan announces he's moving to Texas. And I'm like, "Wait a minute. Did Joe Rogan get my cousin a job in fucking Texas just so he could go
It's
out
quite
there?"
possible. From what I understand, he's the king of Austin now.
I thought it was really good. Nobody will actually confirm it to me, but I still believe that that's the case. That my cousin went out there because Joe Rogan actually got him a job out there.
I really sympathize with a lot of what, like he's talking about. Like, for instance, if we could take, for instance, hunting. Like, he never grew up hunting. I did. My dad's not a big hunter, but like I have members that are like I've done turkey, deer, duck. I really like duck hunting. I mean, duck hunting is a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, and you got to have a lot of stuff, and you got to like know somebody that has all the stuff.
I don't like to get up that early to duck hunt.
It's pretty exhilarating. I describe it as the crack cocaine of hunting. Like you're gonna get action. Like you're gonna be like busy shooting your shotgun. Which for hunting, shooting your gun, like it's not about that. Like you
That's
may
that's why I
go.
like Dove though, because Dove's pretty similar in
That's
like
fun. Uh huh.
you get a lot of action, but I can do it at 5 o'clock at night. I don't have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to dove hunt.
Yeah, no, that's very true. And pheasants a lot of fun too. I'm not gonna like scream on a mountaintop about hunting. I respect it. I like it. I do it when I can. What I do know, I know this much about hunting. To be a very good hunter. I know a few. You have to take it so serious that it becomes your like sole obsession, your sole obsession outside of whatever you do.
Yeah,
And
it has to like become your identity.
it does. No, and for real, if you want to be a successful hunter,
Yeah.
and and that's the truth. And I applaud my like some friends that I know that are. I have a couple friends that are like that, and that is their whole deal, and they live for it, and it's the sport of it. And a lot of people maybe don't understand that, and I get it. If you haven't experienced it, you haven't seen it, I could see how anyone could be quick to make judgments about it. But hey, if you're um, ethically hunting, taking meat, and hey, everything I've ever shot, I at least tried to eat. I mean, we at least attempted to. And and I've really got to enjoy game that I've harvested myself. And I think it's just compared to all the crap we're eating now and stuff, I mean, there's actually quite an argument, like, for, like, legitimately, like, becoming a deer hunter or something. I mean, it's, great natural protein, very cheap.
Well, and a lot of people that like don't know, like deer are kind of like mice. Like they're cute and all, but they can
Oh,
be a
sure.
huge problem if they're not quelled.
Their numbers have to be put in check. That's what
Yeah.
hunting permits are. Like, those are permits that scientists that are hired by the state, they know that this much of the population has to be put in check, and that's how many permits they give out, or tags, I should say, not permits, tags. But hey, it's a great one. What makes Joe great is he's a triple threat, right? He's got hunting, he's got comedy, and he's got fighting, and then he can just speak and be level-headed on a lot of stuff. That's why I've always respected him. I consider myself that. Like, someone might say I lean a certain direction on something. Okay, but I'm still willing to listen to the other person's side. I'm not hell bent on changing their mind. I'm just curious, what brought them to that conclusion or whatnot. And so I love to have those kind of same discussions. And like I said, I feel like I relate a lot to Joe in his opinions on certain subjects. I think we kind of share a lot in common. And, to be honest with you, Joe, hey, well, he was a middle of the road comedian, like, just a guy there, like a guy there. He wasn't the best comedian, he wasn't the best talk show guy, but look at him now. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
He's an
he
influence.
like well like you said earlier, he he definitely has that mentality of he shows up every day and he
Shows
does it
up, does
every day
work, man.
and
I mean,
he
he's a fit guy too at his age, and just that work and determination, and have a family and be cool with so many people, only because you're just a well liked, loved individual. You try to do the right thing, do you become that guy? Like, risen to that level, justifiably so. So, like I said, I got a lot of respect for it. Sure. Can you disagree with a certain of his views? Or, what I would say is, hey, if you're on a podcast or something for, what, 25, 30 hours a week, and you've done that for years, like 10 years, you're going to occasionally, like, kind of talk out of your ass on something. It's just going
yeah
to happen.
you got to make things up at some point.
Yeah, like,
Happens
you're
on
going to
this
or you
talk.
got to
space.
or you got to act like you know something at some point.
Yeah, so, like, when
Everybody does.
people that don't like him, that bring up, like, certain clips or something, like, so someone who's spoken so many hours, had so many podcasts, you can't allow someone to I mean, and hey, I feel like everything that he's ever said incorrectly when it came to vaccines or anything prior that was considered, maybe racially, I feel like he had a legitimate, apology, and he's always wanted to move forward. And like I said, I think he tries to be a good person and do the right thing.
Hey, just thinking about that, I was looking down here. We got Paul, who is a ghost talent booking agency down there, who's our somebody we work with. You should see about getting him on here, Paul. If you want to reach out, get Joe Rogan on. Write that down on the pen and paper. Get that going. With hunting,
I mean,
I wish
I think I would actually have a much better chance than Paul does through my cousin. Like I said, pretty sure he moved my cousin out to Texas.
possibly.
I'd just be like, "Hey, that's my cousin. Would you mind, mind popping in for 5 minutes one night?"
5 minutes.
Yeah, that would
Five
be pretty
five
cool.
Joe Rogan minutes. That would be good.
We
Five Joe
we
Rogan
found your
minutes.
dad. We want you to talk to him.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
man, and he'd be so cool. Be like, "Hey, what's up, man? I'm just trying to get a steak or something, or like I said, it's when you have, and he's been able to talk to people from all different backgrounds, left, right, science, like legitimate scientists, then all the way to like kind of crazy people that never go on podcasts or very few podcasts.
It's kind of like ours.
Um,
Like Elon.
yeah, Elon for sure. And what I will say is I also like Lex Friedman, and I'll give Lex some credit. That was really cool. He got Bezos on there, and to hear Jeff Bezos talk, and I kind of, it's like this is his first sit down ever, really. Like to hear him candidly for like 2 hours, it's the first time ever. And Jeff Bezos is a pretty prominent individual. So to hear him talk for a couple hours is probably worth listening to. And I had learned a lot from that podcast. And I actually kind of really came to respect him. And Lex is a friend of Elon as well. So, he posed the question, what do you think, Elon? And, Jeff was really nice and cordial about it. He's like, obviously, you don't create Tesla and SpaceX without being a great leader and manager. And it is true.
Well, he didn't create Tesla.
That is true.
He
No,
didn't create Twitter.
he didn't say create. He said you don't, something to the effects of you don't, well, actually, he did say create. And yeah, he didn't create Tesla. You are right. But he made Tesla what it is.
Oh yeah,
And its valuation and what it does. And
yeah. He's the Steve Jobs of Tesla. You know.
it's a tech company, at
Yeah.
the end of the day. And I think it's exciting. And what I like about it is like my friend Kobe 24PX, he had a Tesla Model 3, one of the first like 2018 dual motor.
I spent all this time setting up my phone, and
this
then
was
the
like
second I
years
hit
ago.
play,
Like 2018, nobody had this shit, and like he got it, and oh man, that shit was hot, and it was fast, and it's just hey. I'm a car person. Like, a lot of people wanted to instantly, if you're a car person, you want to hate it. Oh, I want it. A lot of people I knew wanted to hate it and did hate it. But what really even turned me around and why I bought one is just the numbers. They just make sense. Like it just makes sense as far as what you're buying, what you're getting. They just make sense.
It's kind of like the Volkswagen Bug post World War II era of like the sports car world, the Model 3.
The people
it's not flashy.
You're right.
But
That is a great analogy.
It's fast as fuck, bro.
Car, man. It really is.
I think any car person should have embraced the Tesla, that because it's like if you're a horsepower guy, well, what the hell do you want, man? I mean, I'm telling you, electric horsepower is like seriously off the hook. Like electric horsepower can rip vehicles apart, no problem. And handling, like I mean, a true car person should have definitely embraced the Tesla, as far as I'm concerned.
More motors.
Yeah.
Better way to like handle the speed at each wheel.
The handling is great. I mean, I've never personally been in one, nor have I ever driven one, but I mean, it's a no-brainer to me, man. Like it's absolutely a no-brainer. They handle well, like they're just make. I mean, the Tesla truck, on the other hand, that's an ugly fucking truck.
Now, here's the thing.
Hey, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, man.
People want to hate on it, but I'll promise you this.
It also does 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds.
And when they see it on the street, people are going to shit and they're going to want it. And it does actually do all the things he said it was going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it actually does those things.
Took an extra 2 years of production, but he got it there.
Hauling the 911. I mean, give me a break. It had a 911 on a trailer, pulling a 911, and it beat a 911 in a quarter mile.
Yep. Oh, don't.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no.
that is straight up technology versus years of tradition and prowess and these fucking white collar designers and all this shit and all their little procedures and years of history and how they do things destroyed.
No, for sure. I know the performance wise and everything about it, I'm totally cool with. But damn, man, they could have made it look better, I think. I'm just not. I can't ever see that growing on me.
See, but once you get a Tesla, like you feel like Tesla's on your sleeve and you must defend Tesla, the design.
Yeah.
And it is a utilitarian design. Is it going to win any? Hey, but you know what? The hood's going to love them. Like they're bulletproof. Like I'm serious.
Oh
Like
yeah, for
everyone's
sure.
going to love them.
Well, you know what?
But it is the truth. A diverse range of people are going to love these vehicles.
Right.
That is what I can guarantee you. What I can also guarantee you is going to be some interesting news, breaking news, like things happening in a Tesla Cybertruck. That I can also guarantee.
Yeah.
like drive-bys.
Oh, dude. I mean, I'm not trying to be weird, but I'm just saying the hood is going to fucking love Tesla Cybertrucks. I'm
Yeah.
just telling you right now.
Well, what my thought was that I thought when about it was that you know how when you see a lot of terrorist organizations in other countries, they've always got the Toyotas, right? They've always got the old Toyota pickup trucks because they're tried and tested. Now it's going to be they're all going to have Teslas.
Well,
Dude,
the thing about those Toyotas though is they're also 12 grand all day in those other countries, right? You know, you can't find one for under fucking 45 in the U.S., but
Hey, where there's a
you can
will.
find them 12 grand all
Yeah.
day
they're
in
awesome.
the
I
Middle
love
East, right?
Toyotas.
And they
I
don't
love
break down.
Toyotas.
But yeah, the Cybertruck I believe was designed to like go after the market of dignitaries of like people who were buying fucking bulletproof Mercedes, bulletproof Range Rovers. You know, like it was designed to go after that
Not
market.
really. It was actually designed to make every guy, like every person, feel like that. That's exactly what it was designed
bulletproof.
to do.
Yeah, and construction equip like construction jobs. You know, like
You got to
how many
realize,
how many
like,
how many times you replace a window because you get a fucking kickback on some piece of construction equipment and you get a goddamn giant softball sized rock through your windshield just
hey,
because you're
but
parked out there.
what's interesting about Tesla though is it isn't actually priced like a luxury brand for what you're getting as far as numbers are concerned.
Mhm.
Like
That's
it's
true.
actually not. Like I
That's true.
mean,
You can spend way
Rivian they
more.
want like a bunch of money, and like this thing
Yeah,
beats a Rivian in
the
literally every category.
the Rivian
Um,
starts at like 90, I think, right? And the Tesla and the Cybertruck tops out at like 100.
well,
And
the biggest thing is that
that's doing sub 3 to 60. What the fuck? You're doing 11 second quarters in a fucking pickup truck.
the efficiency is what kills. Like it just works. Like it's the efficiency. With that vehicle, it is versus the Hummer EV that like it weighs like 10,000 pounds. Literally, it's like the heaviest. Like it's literally the heaviest production vehicle available to buy. Like consumer vehicle, like the Hummer EV, and it has the biggest battery pack, and it moves fast, but it has 1,000 horsepower. The Tesla only has 830, and the Tesla runs away from it just because it puts it to the ground in a lighter package better.
Hell yeah.
You know, it's just yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
better,
and
efficient design.
yeah, Tesla
It's
batteries and motors is
beautiful.
way more
I mean,
efficient. Yeah,
honestly, it, it's
the
beautiful. That's what it is.
the software between them is more efficient. Like
You
yeah,
got to
it's
remember what makes Tesla beautiful too, or a great company, is it's glass, alloy, cameras, big LCD screens, and software. Where it really counts as software, like cameras, glass, LCD screens are cheap. Actually, you know what's expensive
yeah,
is like
everyone's got those now.
yeah, no, exactly. And it's like what's expensive is like, hey, what I will say is a Tesla fit and finish may not be a Mercedes Benz or BMW or Lexus,
Well,
but
the other thing people don't think about on the software is like especially when it comes to everyone wants to shit on the fucking Tesla self drive, and it even just got recalled because of the way that they like the way that it's worded and the way that it's kind of too far out there to let people use it because they think it's actual full self drive when it's not. So it's worded shitty, and it's anyways they had to dumb it down. They all the news called it a recall, which it technically is, um, but it's
no,
really just
that's bullshit.
it's really just a software rollback.
Which it
It's
updated in my driveway.
yeah,
You didn't have
exactly.
to take it anywhere. You didn't have to do anything. I have updates about every 10 days on that car anyway. Just another one of the mainstream hits, trying to take them down any way they can.
Yeah,
You
but
got to remember what's at stake here. You
But
go
what I
and
wanted,
buy
but what I wanted to say on that too, though, before I lose my train of thought here, is is the amount of hours of testing, of beta testing, that Tesla has over any other piece of software out there is insane. Like they have, because they have so many more cars on the road than anybody else. They have that much more um, data in their in their software testing phases.
for
Like
sure.
it's nuts.
Yeah, no, they do.
But nobody thinks about it that way. Like nobody's like,
Well,
oh
and they
yeah,
employ people, like their whole franchise model, how their dealership works versus a different dealership. They don't pay like some like experienced high commission sales agent that makes 200 grand a year. No, like they don't pay some that dude. Like they pay some young kid like 22 bucks an hour, and then they pay everyone else who has a car to recruit your friends and family, and then you get discounts and then free points in their store. They don't really need a
yeah. So
sales.
if we've actually sold anybody on Teslas,
No,
and
it's
you're
true.
thinking of
I'm being
buying, I have
honest
a
with you.
referral
I
code.
thought about going to sell Teslas. Like a couple like a year ago, I was like, hey, that might be like I love Teslas. I got my Tesla. I was like, I'm fully convinced. Like I should maybe go sell Teslas. And
I
then
know
I
it just
realized what it was. Like it
this
doesn't
last half hour
operate.
just sounded like a fucking
Oh,
infomercial.
we better be getting some
No, but
kickbacks.
it's true though. Like they have some young kid, and he's like, go take it for a couple hours, and then when you come back, there is no hard sell or let my manager talk to you or like any
They don't
like
they don't
real
have to.
horseshit that you'll get with any other dealership. Like
Yeah,
literally, you go into
they don't
any
have to
other
hard
car
sell.
dealership, they're gonna do it all. And like it's like a Tesla. He's like, do you want it? And he's like, okay, go over there. You can order it on that computer if you want, or you can order it at home.
He's like, here, let me help you order it.
Yeah, but
That's
no,
it.
he could care less. He's not working on commission. He
Yeah,
doesn't care. And so it's a whole different experience. And then because it's an electric car and has very few moving parts, you never have to go see a mechanic. You literally have to just rotate the tires and then eventually change the tires every 40, 50,000 miles.
yeah.
It's
That and
pretty
make
good.
sure you touch your brakes every couple thousand miles.
Most people don't because of the regen braking. When you let off the gas, it's like a go-kart. You never touch your
Right.
brake.
But
So you don't use the brake. There's people with original brake pads that have 200,000 on their Model 3s.
that's something that you need to do just to keep the rust off of them. Because if you don't actually touch them, then they'll just start to rust up.
That's a good point.
Every couple
Touch,
thousand
yeah.
miles, you want to turn your regen off for like 20 miles. Hit your brakes a couple times, knock that rust off.
And
let
then
it
you
go back to regen.
and then you'll sit there and go, "Ah, yeah, the good old days hitting the brakes. I remember when
Wait,
I was a kid."
did One Wheel Willie just pick up the One Wheel Trongle?
Yeah, man.
That's his
That is
PFP.
awesome.
He put it up as PFP a little bit ago. Yeah.
No, I had noticed it for a minute, but I've been meaning to comment on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Fuck yeah.
Speaking of PFPs, I see Pong down there with a new PFP.
Oh shit! Yeah, look at that.
What up, Pong?
And he's got a little Santa hat.
Daddy V down there. I see Mikey De La Crim step in.
Yeah, and
Thanks
for sure.
joining us, man. Mikey, love
Dude,
to talk to
Mikey's
you
the
some on it
truth.
too.
And we'll definitely throw it out there again for anybody in here. If you got any questions you want to pop up here and shoot to Joe Rogan's dad, or if you got an opinion on Teslas, you drive one, feel free to do so. Or if you want to come up and try and defend Fords, but
Kobe.
Good
you
luck
should
in this
say
room.
something.
I
Say
was
something
just
about Teslas.
I was just I was looking down in the comments here in the bottom of the space, and Dr. Scratch and Sniff posted up a piece by you that I've been sharing up here on YouTube that I thought it is a really dope piece. It's of course my screen just blacked out just as I started talking about it. It's called Private Party. It was with Jurastics, I believe you did. Yeah, with
Yes,
Jurastics.
sir. My
yeah.
favorite Canadian young man.
Well,
He's a good dude.
That's dope. I was just gonna say because I opened it up and it says Whistler Blackcomb event at the top, and I'm like, well, is this guy Canadian? So that's
Yeah, an international. Never do an international arms deal with drunk Pepes. That's what you get from that.
it's a fucking stellar piece.
He's so talented. I literally, like I said, that was a conceptual collaboration. And me and him, I got him on speakerphone, and like for 2 hours, I was just like, man, we got to do it like this with a crate full of AKs, and he was all about it, and he did a great job with a lodge, and I mean, like I said, like and hey, he had some input on the idea, but I will say I came to him, it was my idea, and he made it beautiful, and he put it into the world. Like, I mean, he made it possible, and he's so talented. I would love to collaborate with him as well. And I even picked up a physical of his, which is a cool little um, acrylic on like a wood panel, and it's like a two cowboys, and it's a great little piece. And like I said, I got a lot of respect for him. He's really talented with the 3D blender. I mean, his Pepes are like some of the best. If you look at his work, like if you've
Hmm.
been like seriously, if there's someone like that to look at that I've collabed with that you don't like haven't really looked into, look at some of his 3D Pepe stuff. It's out of this world. I mean, it's really good. And also, who I collabed with early on was BR11, and he's from Argentina as well. And he uh, he is from Argentina, and he we did some good stuff. We did a couple pieces together, and conceptual, collaboration, and he did a great job at making kind of my vision happen. And with both of those cases, we collabed on them. Both of those guys, I let them have the majority of the money. They had 75% of it. I took 25. And I thought that was fair. And that's how I've always kind of been in that situation because they did that kind of heavy lifting. But, they're happy to be partners with me on this. This is a collaboration. And like I said, it's always run smoothly. Those are my go-to guys. They're great. Like I always follow what they're doing. I always try to collect their work. I love to make my ideas happen, even if I can't make them happen myself.
It's cool to be able to have people to do that for you, for sure.
And allow it to be in a respectful way, where everyone deserves their own credit, in a way. I'm not trying to take sole credit, I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes or take sole credit, but just that it did come together and we both had a part of it. It's cool.
I just realized too as I was clicking around here that Chicken Fried Christmas was also another Jurastics collab. I like
He's
that piece.
very good in
Yeah.
all the details. I told him chicken fried steak, and that's kind of my thing. Like that was like a joke, like a year and a half ago. Like I was collecting heavy, I was spending heavy. Like every week, there's this little diner down the road, chicken fried steak and eggs and coffee, and then start collecting.
Chicken fried steak. Start your day and
Oh,
collect.
dude, oh man, I'm all about it. Like the Greasy Spoon Diner. Hey, I like fancy shit too, and believe me,
Well,
I
yeah,
know
you were
my
at an
fair.
Applebee's the last time you talked to us. I mean, we know you like
No,
fine dining.
it was a cheesecake factory.
Oh, that's
Cheesecake
right,
Factory,
Cheesecake
I
dog.
Factory. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
never
I listened
Applebee's.
back
I was
today. We
gonna
were
say,
talking about
don't be
it.
accused of being an
Pardon
Applebee's
me. It
fan.
was
Come on.
Excuse me, Cheesecake Factory. High end.
No, because it is kind of the best franchise ever. Like if you're gonna do a franchise restaurant, cheesecake's kind of the best one. Like it really kind of is.
Fuck, I don't even know if we have a Cheesecake Factory in my city anymore. I know.
We don't have one. We've never had one where I'm at.
I gotta Google this now
Closest one is LA somewhere.
because I remember you could order like like those ghost chickens, ghost kitchens or whatever they call them, right? Where it's like a kitchen that has like five
Yeah.
brands that come out of right. And I remember there was the Cheesecake Factory, and I ordered from it once, but it was not at all. Like it was the logo and everything,
They
but
just they just got Cheesecake Factory cheesecakes from Costco.
not. Yeah, probably, probably. Okay, I gotta Google this
So
now.
I mean, immediately you're overwhelmed by this extremely huge menu, and everything that you could basically pick is pretty good. Like, I mean, you really probably can't go wrong. Maybe you could pick something random that you kind of like, and they make it a certain different way, and you're not wild about it. But for the most part, dude, it's just on pair. And then the actual cheesecake themselves is phenomenal. And that's one thing where it's like the wife likes it a lot, and she also like, I think so. I think it's fair to say some women and some guys too like Olive Garden a lot. So I'd rather go there than Olive Garden. So that's kind of my thing. So
Yeah,
going there.
I was gonna say something about Olive Garden too. Like, you know, all, some I was on a local Reddit forum and they were talking about what's the worst Italian food in town, so I can find the whoever the best one is. I guess by the downvotes, I don't know. Anyways, and someone was like, "Fucking Olive Garden, duh." And like everyone below it was like, "Yeah, but that's always a fucking line out the door, man. It's always an hour wait. It's goddamn Olive Garden. I don't give a shit what day
I
it is."
know, but people don't know what's good. I mean, it's. I'm all about the Italian food, and I find it offensive personally. My family, we're not Italian, but like we've always just had great respect for the great Italian foods, and just like I said, I'm a mob movie guy. Like like it's just this is like we respect the culture and we know the places, and don't
And
even get me
and
started on the
Kansas
sauce.
Kansas City's got some old school mob going on there
Oh,
too. So I imagine you guys
casino?
have some
Oh
really good
yeah,
you guys have some really good Italian, I would imagine, right? Some like
oh yeah.
underground, like old school, like Italian steakhouses and shit.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely like the one like
We
the
got
couple
we got to be careful
restaurants.
because bitch is Italian though, so we just got to be careful what we say.
Yeah.
Hey, no, but it is true. Like even the like big Italian restaurants, like the one I grew up on, Johnny Cascone's here in Kansas City. Yeah, one of the family members did time in a federal prison, like for like a this was like before like sports betting was legal. Like even though that's legal in Kansas now, and that's a big kind of thing. But this was like 12 years ago, and he's doing like 7 years in prison or something over it. But hey, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Forget about it.
Hey,
Hey, what do you gotta do? Have it, all
forget
this over a slice of gabagool? You
about.
gotta move on.
You know what? We've said it here on the space before that like Italians, Irish, Scottish, English. These are all people you can still make fun of comfortably, and it's okay with
Yeah,
me.
the white races.
Right? I was gonna
You
say,
can make fun of the whites still.
when we talked about what the hell was that? Oh, offensive Italian eateries. I don't know. Do you guys have East Side Mario's in the states? I don't know if
I've
you
never
do or
heard of
not.
it.
So
Beef
literally,
buca de beppo, that's offensive.
I know that one. Yeah.
well,
That's offensive to all Italian food, in my opinion.
when you go to East Side Mario's, they all like they go, "Hey, welcome to East Side Mario's." It doesn't matter what race, religion, or whatever the person is, but that's how they talk all the time when they come and take your order and shit. And I'm just like the last time I was there, I was like, I thought that this was just kind of wrong the first time, and then this time I'm there again. I'm like, yeah, like how is this even right? Like, how do they fucking teach these employees? Like, do they watch these videos and then repeat to talk like that? Like, it blows me
No, man.
away, man.
Everybody knows how to be racist Italian
Well, I know.
stereotype.
I
Just,
guess. I guess you just like
hey,
you just go like Mario Brothers, right? You just pretend
yeah.
you're like fucking Mario.
What I will say is like kind of it's taken me years to cultivate the right relationship, but I finally have my meat store slash sausage store, and it gives me like pork store Tony Soprano vibes, and like it's what I've been looking for like all my life. Come up. Let me get a gabagool, vinegar peppers with some mozzarella. I mean, it is kind of what I've been like. The deli, it's a great experience. I really like I said, I Italian food where it comes from, the culture, the devotion to the food, and the orientation. Like Italian people, it's all about food. I love it. I like food.
Fuck
I'm
yeah.
down. So I like I said, I don't have any Italian blood, but I have such respect for the culture in the Roman Empire. I know everyone jokes about how much does you talk about the Roman Empire. Truth be told, I actually talked about the Roman Empire quite a bit before that became a thing. But
So
um,
my wife legit asked me that before I actually knew like what the memes and all that shit were and like what was going on. And I was like, I don't know, like at least twice a week probably. Like there's at least something, you know. I'm like I work in fucking ag engineering. Like canals were built by the Romans. There's one behind our house. It's not hard. It's not hard to like be like, oh yeah, Romans right behind our house.
They did some shit, man. And,
Yeah,
and they ate some. They did. Well, I mean, you go to Rome now, and you like the aqueducts. They still actively use the aqueducts to bring water. Like,
yeah.
like
The
yeah,
fountains all
but
still work that were built
look at
thousands
where
of
the
years ago.
country is, though. I mean, I've personally never been to Italy, but I'm just saying from an outsider's perspective, from what I understand about the country and its given situation, isn't really that great.
oh no,
I
it's
mean, they
not.
rely a lot on tourism dollars. Like, I mean, a lot of their infrastructure is not fantastic. There's a lot of corruption issues. You have a strong, strong mafia presence still. I mean,
Yep.
they have mafia like real deal versus in the United States, it's like white collar crime. It's like insurance scams and like shit like that now. Like, I mean, it's a very different than how it used to be. So it's just, it is a whole different animal. And it's like to see one of the greatest, you know, um, societies ever, to be kind of reduced, and how all societies, great societies around the world. I mean, the sun used to never set on the British Empire. Now it certainly does. So I mean, and that's no offense to the United Kingdom. It's just, where does everyone's and people want to say America's going out. Obviously, I'm a patriot. I will not accept that that idea. But the biggest market in the world is China, and it's going to be China. And very few U.S. companies have cracked in China, being able to take the yuan out of China, taking money out of China. That's the biggest thing. They don't want Western companies because they don't want you to take money out of their economy. That's why they have copycat everything to keep it in China. And, I view China as the biggest threat to the West, to collecting art, to our capitalist ideas. It is by far the biggest threat. And, I sincerely hope that all of us can kind of, foresee China is not going to be a good overlord. Like, I mean, they are not, like, if they really do replace, U.S. North America's supremacy,
Oh,
I just hope people
you
really
mean the
realize
ones
they don't.
who have social credits aren't aren't going to be good
Hey, but
to
you ask a lot of
to
people,
govern
like,
you?
they don't think China's that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, they aren't friendly to the left. They're not friendly to the right. I mean, especially the left. I mean, but what's interesting is, that connection is there. So it's, I just think that, our technology, all of our things over here in North America, keeping it here, and doing the best we can, like I said, to create art and display it. If we could get some damn good NFT displays, people, man. And you know what? I feel like there's probably like 20, up and starting companies that are trying to crack that problem, probably because anyone with a little bit of capital could realize this is a good problem to crack. But it would have to be hard. And I'm like, especially bringing displays mainstream that are cost effective. Unfortunately, guess who we're going to probably need for that one? China. So, hey, I get it. Like, I particularly, like I said, I like to harp on China a little bit, but hey, I still buy some products that originate there, and I realize there's some things we need to get done. Getting displays for NFTs that are affordable, cross chain, easy, wireless, that would be next level. I mean, it just really would. And I know, like, that I'm just kind of speaking more to the space into the future, but I see as like the next 5 years, like digital art adoption kind of move past NFTs or even blockchain for the second and just digital art adoption. When you see low cost displays in the house, when it becomes part of the household, when it becomes another fixture of the home. You have your refrigerator, you have your oven, you have your TV, and you have your digital display. That is when we become mainstream.
I wait and drool over having a nice digital display.
I I I just want somebody to make my Tesla's wallet work one at a time so I can put it on TV
Right?
in a web-based format.
I just
I'm
But
gonna say
imagine
every
that,
space
and
until
all those
somebody does it.
the little nuances that eventually will happen. Like it's kind of guaranteed. Like I said, like just like why everyone complains about what chain or whatever, that's not going to matter in like 3 years. There'll be like a way to wrap it or whatever. So hey, if you want to collect Xerox or if you want to collect die with the most likes, you'll be able to. It doesn't matter what chain. And I'm pretty confident on that. That is where it's going. Like to say that it's
I
not, and you have all these chain wars. I mean, the current
I
trend
I
thing.
agree, but I don't know about the timeline. I think 3 years is a little aggressive. I mean, just knowing
Aggressive,
where we've
really.
come in the last 2.5 years that I've been in it. I'm like, there's too much infighting for that to really be adopted in 3 years.
Okay,
10
I
years
will
maybe,
agree with you.
sure, but
That's a pretty strong point. You're making
yeah,
a strong point I haven't thought about because the nature of most of this has been infighting. And like I said, I'm not like one of those people who just support. Hey, I love Tezos. That's where I'm at. But I actually wish we were all just in an easier place. And um, at our current timeline, yeah, things are moving slower than we'd like. But from what I understand about all the technology, I mean, that's not far off. They can already do that. It's just making it like easy, super easy is going to take a couple few years to develop. Um, and so be it if that's what it takes. I mean, if it takes more time, that's not really the thing. What I would prefer is the displays. That's what we really need to win the hearts and the minds. We got
yeah,
to get in the home.
I agree with that for sure.
Because I'll say it's like I own a lot of art. I mean, arguably, I don't know, like tens of thousands, if not $100,000 worth of art, digital art. And to say that, I have a couple big screens, I have a big computer monitor, but I feel kind of stupid that I don't even have like a big display. So I've been shopping for one, and I was going to kind of get myself one for Christmas, but like a really good one is really expensive. I mean, like really
facts.
expensive for a really good one. And
And
it just it
I was
reiterates how this is not easy.
I was looking at like the Samsung frame TVs and stuff like that because they kind of say that they integrate, but like if you really dive into it and get into the specs, like the integration's not great. It's really only Ethereum, and like even then, it's like it only works with like a couple different wallets. Like it's kind of shit. So yeah, I mean, I guess my point there is let me know what you come across when you find something. Let me know where you
Well, it's
land
looking
because
pretty bleak to be honest with you. I'm
yeah,
really not wanting to pull the trigger on anything because I'm like, hey, I really don't really feel like writing a check for $2,800. Like
nah, that's
that
exactly the
hurt my
same boat that I
back.
was in.
Like
Yeah,
I mean, it really would. Like I'd have a less fun holiday. Like if I had to do that. So
I'm
uh,
I'm prepping for it. In my kitchen, I've currently got an extra hole in my wall, and I'm putting a plug up high on my wall so I can put. I'm gonna put a 46-inch Samsung TV that I have up there for now, and just get my NFTs going on a use a phone and just put them up there as whatever, like a photo slideshow, because that's the only that's the only thing I can do right now to get that stuff up there.
I'm just gonna run the 5,000 Aliens DVD on loop, I guess,
There you go. You could do that.
until I
a
get
lot
something
of
better.
people make the argument that like OpenSea is like the great like displayer. And like, if you want to show your friends like an NFT that you own, OpenSea, and I would agree with that statement. I mean, like that's something I think that they got right. Like when I first got into this, OpenSea was pretty good. I mean, it's always been relatively good. Like even though I've gotten into Tezos, it was only because that Tezos was so economical that do you forgive clunkiness? And I will forgive clunkiness when you're literally, I mean, dividends more economical. And that's what it was. And that's what it is. So it is interesting, like, because OpenSea is kind of and I know that there's even more platforms and stuff. I'm just, hey, I got other stuff going on. I'm not always digging into all those little other, new marketplaces and farming points and all this stuff. So OpenSea really is still, they nailed that. I mean, as far as display, it's easy. I mean, um, the
Well, I mean,
features.
Object and Taya have really come a long way in the last year and a half, 2 years too. You
Agreed,
know,
but they're probably just now where OpenSea was kind of when I first started. Like they're pretty good now, but it was pretty clunky for a while. Just Tezos in general.
I think and I'm just gonna go like from what I've seen, and I don't do a whole lot on the east side, so I probably see less on the east side and more on the Tez side. But I think that the gap is getting shorter. The gap is getting smaller, the Tezos developers are developing at a faster rate. Like OpenSea is kind of leveled, and Tezos, even though they're still somewhat catching up, they're they're catching up a lot quicker than they are developing on the east side, from what I've been seeing. That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. But I'd also say Tezos takes a lot of flack publicly. Like, I mean, like the whole Tezpol situation, the whole Tezos
Yeah,
Foundation is
that didn't
pretty
that
like
didn't look good.
they sit on like $50 million in cash, and like they're pretty fucking clueless for people that are sitting on $50 million in cash. I mean, fuck, you give me and a few friends control, we'd be doing a lot better. That's all I would say on that. But I mean, really, like, I mean, that Tez poll is representation of people that have $50 million to spend. That's what really needs to sink in, and that's why it's become what it is. I'm not, hey, whatever. The Tezos Foundation, that's irrelevant to what history will be, what people will think about what, people did on the chain and great artists and great scenes that we created. That's outside of the jurisdiction of the Tezos Foundation. So be it. But it's been a weird deal. Like, no, they don't get the best publicity, and like it's true. Any of the big influencer type people, they are reluctant to shill Tezos. I mean,
Well, and I think
reluctant because it goes against every commercial bone in their body.
I
It's
think, and
true.
again, I'll only speak to what I see, but I think the Tezos Foundation just doesn't promote the art side as much as they could be.
Which
You
is
know, they're
not
more on
wise,
the
considering that's the
development
strongest
side and
part.
like other sides of it.
Which is
So
pretty out of touch, is all I would say, considering all the
I can't
buzz.
disagree with you. I cannot disagree with you.
The buzz is around the whatever. Like I said, it's irrelevant to what I think they're getting more cued in now, clearly. So I hope positive things are going to come. I mean, and I think that probably after everything that's kind of been going on, they probably are like, okay, we probably need to tighten the ship here. So hopefully that happens. That's what I can say, in with a positive outlook. But either way, it doesn't matter. Like I said, we've created the scene, and that's what's cool about it. And it's the space that has not been just philandered. I mean, just desecrated. I mean, spat on. I mean, it just it the sharks only avoid it because they can't bleed a dollar out of it. Like, I mean, it's pure. So I mean, it is what it is. I think it'll be it'll be valued high later on. I think it'll be revered and greatly respected.
I
Totally.
agree.
I was gonna say it'll be when the future hipsters, the next generation of hipsters will take a hold of Tezos, and that's when it'll go through the roof.
We're gonna have to sell a next generation to somebody. That's for sure.
That's
Those are tapped out.
um, just wanted to mention to you too. I don't know if Willie mentioned it to you. No, not that we're kicking you out of here and saying you have to leave or whatever, because we're definitely going to kick around and chat for a bit. But if you ever got to take off and you got real life stuff you got to deal with, you can definitely bounce out whenever you need to. We always like to remind our guests that you're not trapped here or obligated to be here in any way, shape, or form, and we appreciate the time that you put in with us. So just always like to remind our guests of that every once in a while. Um, but I was,
Hey, I was,
And
I,
on the same note, the floor is open if anybody has any questions for you. So
and I was just gonna say, hey, if we could send Mikey a request. Mikey, would you be willing to chat a little bit? I want to chat today about your post, which was really beautiful. It's probably my favorite piece of yours. Unfortunately, I don't own it, but it's really great. And Mikey's got a T-shirt with his piece on it through Krypton, and it's pretty phenomenal. Mikey, you got a sec?
Ooh.
I shot him an invite. He's welcome to come up. Oh, there you
there
go.
he is.
What's going on, man?
Hey,
going?
not much, dude. Not much.
Yeah. So, yeah, that post got a couple views, man. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, can we throw that up here by chance, guys?
If if Mikey has it handy, give her. If not, one of us will find
Yeah,
it.
or Mikey, can you throw it up?
Yeah.
Is it your pinned?
Yeah.
Is it the one you're talking about? I'll throw it up there. Yeah.
Yeah, I suck at that shit.
Same here.
Oh, good.
I always
I got
try
it.
to. Yeah, I still
I just
haven't.
want I just
really
want to make sure I had the
understood
right
how to do
post.
it.
Now we're all quiet and reading the post.
No, but it's good. And oh man, Mikey is just such a great guy, and just he's been through the Tezos community thick and thin, waved every storm, highs and lows, been through it all. This too shall pass, man. I
Hell
love
yeah.
that saying, by the way. That was the first, my original, which is now like the JRD collection or something. It was originally titled "This Too Shall Pass."
Yeah,
I
man.
love that saying.
Yeah, dude. That shit, yeah. So, like, that shit I posted is, like, pretty much, like, the abridged version of the story. I mean, it's kind of, yeah. Some, I'll probably, do an episode on here. I'll tell, like, the whole story.
Yeah, we gonna get you on?
Yeah, man, I can do that sometime.
All right,
Jam.
sweet. Yeah,
You should.
I take it you saw my DM then.
Yeah, yeah, I responded.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, we'll be in touch. We'll get it scheduled. I think we're like middle of January, just because we're not doing next week, and it'll be our earliest that we could do so.
That's
I'm
exciting.
yeah, I'm exhausted, dude. I just had to we just did this like Vanguard vending machine event. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I had to coordinate like 30 different artists to send like 90 some different pieces all on the same day. Like I'm just mentally exhausted at this point, dude.
Wow.
Always in the mix. What a saint. What a saint. I mean, for real.
Dude, that's crazy.
Oh,
Taking that on,
yeah,
that's like taking on a room full of children and trying to get them all organized.
yeah, man. It's like a fucking cat herder. Remember that commercial? Dudes out there herding cats.
Yeah.
The Cowboys. Yeah,
Was that
that's what
an
it felt
E-Trade
like,
commercial? What the hell was that for?
dude. I forget, but that shit was funny. That's what it felt like. But I mean, that shit. I mean, it was worth it though, man. Because I mean, I think they sold like over 500 pieces of art through the machine over the past 3 or 4. It was like 4-day event or something like that. But yeah, I think I gave Flex, the dude who runs the machine. I think I gave him a heart attack we waited to like the last minute for like absolutely everything, but you know, it ended up working out pretty well.
Oh, so you were like the Vanguard broker to Flex?
Kinda,
Oh,
yeah,
that's pretty funny.
yeah. So I'd be like, yeah, it's me and Morlacos. They
That's pretty funny, but I can see that they like you were like kind of the broker to make sure it all happened.
Yep. Yeah, man. It was a headache, but it was worth it. So
No, that was cool, man. I mean, it looked very good. Hey, I got a lot of respect for Flexosaurus Rex. And hey, One Wheel and Bits, if you guys aren't really aware of him, you
Oh,
definitely should ask him
we've
on.
had him on.
Aren't aware. We interviewed him before the vending machine drop.
That's right.
Oh,
We did.
really?
oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Like
Recently?
right before it was dropping. No, like a year ago, over a year ago.
Oh, originally,
Yeah.
like when
Yeah,
you first. Oh, okay, all right, yeah,
yeah.
no,
Right before he originally dropped it, Bits got him on for us, and
That was
yeah, no,
actually
he's
yeah,
a good dude.
he's a good dude.
well. That it was
And
such
hey,
a it was
he's
such a
put a lot into this thing. I mean, he spent a lot of money, and I kind of feel bad for him because he's kind of publicly said, that he's going through some hard times, and he's like had to. So like, I kind of feel like he is like what he built with the Tez vending machine, super cool, and like he
Mhm.
took it upon himself. And once again, that was a huge benefit to who? The community. And did he benefit? I'm sure he made a little test, but like, I mean, compared to how the community benefited, it is a great story. I really like him. He's cool. And
Well, and like
Mikey, like I said, Mikey got the hookup. He made sure it happened with the Vanguard folks.
you
Um,
guys are all De La Creme, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I mean. He is too. Flex is too, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
how do I've asked everybody in the De La Creme that we've talked to,
And
how do I get in? Like
No idea.
who do I got to jump, yo?
good ass man. I don't even know at this point. Like, I mean, I've been trying to get my cousin in for like a year, and it just like I just gave up. Like I was just like, all right, man. Like it's just.
Oh
No,
fuck, man.
I mean,
You got
really.
you guys just like this elite secret society still
is that
of Tez artists.
is that why you're always so nice to Fendel all the time, Willie? Is that what it, is that
Oh,
what
I'm nice to Findle because he's nice to us.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, Fendel's the man.
Yeah, when we had Flex on, it was cool because I was inviting Tez vending machine on, right? Like I was like, yeah, hey man, let's do this. It'd be cool to talk about this. And then when he came on, we didn't realize that it was Rex who was doing this. Like we had no idea. And when he said that, we were like, oh shit, really? Like fuck, it's like 2 for 1.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was like an hour in
Yeah,
before he told us that he was both of them. We're like, what?
yeah, yeah. That was cool. And then we're like, fuck. Well, that takes another person we were going to interview off the list.
Yeah, seriously.
And like I said, I really appreciate him because he's really put Tezos into the system. And we gotta, hey, I think as a community, we need to, help those that have done a lot for the community, put a lot into the system when they are down and things like that. And I know, doing event, I've done an event with him, and it was great. I've always liked dealing with Rex. He's always been fine. Like, I don't. I wish I knew him maybe a little bit more on a personal level. I feel like I know Mikey a little bit more, for instance, than I do. I definitely know Mikey more than I do know him. But um,
I mean,
he's
you should definitely go back and listen to the interview. It's on YouTube, or it
okay.
should be on YouTube.
Net positive. I mean, he really is. And one thing I also wanted to just say about Mikey, real quick, if I can toot his horn. What I really appreciate about Mikey is he was fantastic collector, always has been, um, and he managed to take AI and create a good singular direction and his own vibe, and really become a real collector that became a real artist with taste and with the right stuff. And he's had friends with the right stuff that have helped him guided him, I'm sure, and it's just been really fun to watch, Mikey's success. Because Mikey, you are successful, and that's
Thank you,
awesome. You
buddy.
should be.
I appreciate it, brother. I
Yeah,
don't know what else
The
to
you
pillar, a pillar.
say.
you're one of those guys that it was extremely difficult for me to even find a way to find one of your pieces in your collection. And then when I think you did an open edition maybe 6 months or so ago,
Yeah,
the 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 Wilson ball,
yeah.
and like
The old
I finally got my Mikey piece. I finally was able to like break in, get into the collection.
Yeah, that was when I first started playing around with AI a lot.
Yeah,
That was really
haven't
good.
been able to collect much of your stuff since then though. So I guess that's a good thing for
Hey,
you,
but
bad thing for me.
Mikey, it shows that like, hey, you don't have to have this like artist background or anything.
Right.
You can be from this. You can have done some, fast background, into street shit, whatever, and you managed to bridge that gap into tasteful art with meaning, without it being like some lifelong calling, like you were meant to do it. Like you
Right.
did make it happen. So
Yeah.
that's fantastic, my man.
Thanks, man. Cause like I guess I just really been looking for like an outlet. I just always had all these ideas, dude, but I just had nothing to do with them. Like,
Hey, Mayor, how's it going? Nicholas Dimes, thank.
yeah,
It's pretty cool.
yeah,
that shirt, um,
yeah.
that's dope, man. It
Thanks,
is.
dude. It's funny because I was like looking. I had the shoes still. You know what I mean? Like I remember walking out of jail and someone was telling me like, "Yo, you gotta bronze those shoes when you get out of here." Like they were kind of famous where I was. Um, but like I was looking at them and I was like, "Shit!" Like one day those shoes are gonna fucking pass. You know what I'm saying? So that's what really I was just sitting there one day and I was like, "Fuck, man, I got to get this down." On the blockchain, which also one day will pass. You know what I mean? Nothing's forever, but I wanted to give it like a longer life, you know what I'm saying? And just like, yeah, just kind of like get as close to as forever as I can with with the shoes and preserve them. You know what I'm saying?
That's about as real as it fucking gets. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I do. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I really do. And I mean, that's a real story. Hey, I can relate. I had a horrible substance abuse issue with opioids in my
Yeah.
early. I
Shit
mean, for
sucks.
2 or 3 years, I was a complete slave. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, to opioids and Xanax and all that shit. Well, first of all, I'd take anything you put in front of me, but I
Right.
mean, that was just the mentality. And, all the people that I disappointed, and, all the like situations that like I still like cringe, and, if I ever think back about, but going through that and, bettering, just knowing that's not how you want to be anymore, and, proving it, by doing something, more, by succeeding, and not dying. And I think you've really proven that in your own way, and I
So
think, it's a great story, man. And you're a great person, and you're putting that. I like I said, you've a great direction, and I like, and hey, Mikey, everyone likes you. I mean, it's like, hey, look at it. You got a lot of support, dog, and I mean it. It's like that's fantastic, and
Thanks, brother.
it's Hey, we're all about it. And like I said, I love that piece. I don't own it. I wish I did. It probably cost me an arm at this point.
Yeah.
But it's a great one, you know. And
Thanks.
like I said, with all respect, I wish I owned it.
Thank you, buddy, man. I appreciate it, Joe.
So, has has have NFTs like helped with any of that recovery or anything, or has it more, a lot of times, addicts, myself included, will replace one addiction with another.
Yeah,
So like have NFTs replaced
Clearly,
that addiction, or like
clearly,
help,
clearly,
or
I
just
think
help
you're
with the
hitting it out.
coping, or
yeah, dude. Like, yeah, I definitely have a fucking problem.
You know, but I can't be half in about anything I do. And that's just me.
Right?
I get into something, I'm into it. Like I get into cars, I'm into it. I get into NFTs, I'm into it. Like I got, like into firearms, like I'm into it. Like I get into the things I'm into. Dogs, I'm into it. Training German shepherds, like get into it.
okay.
That's what I
Do
do.
you do you do you? And I'm asking from a personal perspective here. Do you completely stay into it, or do you like get to a point where you're like, no, I've learned enough, and I'm just gonna stay here with this knowledge. Like I don't need to learn much more.
Okay, like anybody, like any well cultured gentleman, like you take on many worldly hobbies and then you cultivate, you return back. Like that is the whole thing to it. My obsessions, I only have a few. Like I don't golf. Like uh I shoot firearms. Like I don't golf because
I'll do both of
it's
those though.
my thing, and that's what I do instead. So I don't disrespect golfers, but and like I do NFTs and crypto and cars, and then I have my family, and that's about all I do. I don't do sports. I used to do sports. All my friends do sports, but it's just one thing I really don't keep up on anymore because I'm too involved in my personal interests.
Yeah, I'm with you. No, like I'm super into coffee and espresso right now. Like not that I haven't been a coffee drinker for 10 years, but all of a sudden I just got this fucking kick and I'm like, I need to know everything there is to know about making espresso. Like I'm gonna open my own goddamn coffee shop. like like that level. But
Hey, I
then
mean
I'll
that's knowledge
but then
that
I'll get to a point and I'm like, all right, I've made the best coffee I think I can make. I'm done. This is how I make it now. Like I've just figured out how to do it. Like I figured out how to do it, and then I'm like, all right, this is how I do it now. Like I've acquired the equipment or whatever else it is I need, and the knowledge. And this is how I do it, and I can maybe get a little bit better here or there, but like I'm not like I lose interest in the learning past that point. Like I feel like I've learned enough that I can move on. Does that make sense?
yeah. But I think really like a person like for instance any like hobby like someone should like a personal hobby you enjoy doing on the weekends. Like for me it's like shooting guns. So like that'll be a lifelong thing. Like I have a big safe. Like I buy a new gun once every few years, but it's a lifelong thing. So at the end of my life, like I'll have a big safe full of guns that I'll pass on to my children. And that's how it is. Like I can't stop my life to like target shoot every day and like take
Yeah.
it like to the next level. I wanted to at one point, I kind of did, but like that's my point. Is I agree. I agree with anyone who's competitive and wants to do something. If you are going to do it, try to be the best at it. And that even comes with art. Like, hey, I'm not like I said when I usually try to attempt art, I still try my best. And just like anyone, you try your best. You try to use what tools are available to you. And the things that you got into, you got to keep striving to do better, learn more techniques, further your craft. It's just an important mission in life. Like hey, I haven't been in it like for like 6 months or a year. I would need to ask Mikey or Shilly Preston. Like I would have to personally DM them and like, hey, can you kind of give me a, run up on what's kind of happened because I'm just kind of really out of the loop. But it's like if I had to, and I'm probably at some point am gonna do that again to mess around with it. I love the photorealistic stuff. Nicholas Dimes, who is in here, I've always really enjoyed. I think he is pretty funny, like as far as like an AI, well, talented, but AI like his whole thing is like kind of like stock car, like 1980s, 1990s, like America, like redneck, like all
Oh yeah,
themed AI.
Mr.
And
Double
it's
Dimes.
great. Like that's a very tasteful direction. And like when he first came on and stuff, like
He was one of the.
direction, like a collection, like an actual like this is my collection. It's like this, and he stayed that way, and that has what you know. And it was like I even remember he was super hot at one point, and just like hey, I mean like
Oh, we got him.
Art
We got him when he was
Tezos.
real hot. We talked to him when he was real hot.
Hey, Art Tezos, I'll say like anything. It's like everyone like goes up, and like you're gonna and like then you're gonna come a little bit down, and then like hopefully there's another uptrend. And like respectfully, when I collect people, like I collect when they're on a plateau or on a downtrend. And if I were even willing to sell, it would only be on an uptrend because that's respectful. Because that is when they would be profiting from that sale, and so would I. And and I don't even sell a lot of work. I just occasionally sell some work that maybe I wasn't super connected with if I can get decent money for it to then buy something I feel more connected with. But I like I said, I don't sell a lot of work. Occasionally.
I like that mentality as a collector.
You
Like
have to,
I
or
really
you'll
resonate
drive
with that.
yourself
I guess I should
crazy.
say.
I mean, I don't know. I know hey, Mikey flips a little bit more than me, but here this is what I'll say about that. Mikey flips some work, but Mikey still has the respect of the artist. That's kind of a rare one. Mikey, would you be willing to comment on that? Has anyone ever talked to you about that directly?
I can think of one
I
person
would.
who might have.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Only one
We don't
person.
need to actually get into it or talk. If you don't want to, but
No,
Yeah,
but I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I mean it just
I'll
seriously.
tell
Like
him.
you flip some work, but you're respectful about it and you're accepted.
Yeah, the only person to ever get pissed at me, I ended up winning in the end, really, because I
True.
left with mad
Oh, the
profits.
threesomes.
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Well, there
I
you
guess
go.
I
You
won.
see, your character
I
won
won
on
that
that
game.
anyhow.
Yeah, no, but I mean, he was the only person to ever give me shit because, like, I mean, a lot of times I would DM people and explain the situation. You know what I mean? And yeah, because like you said, I mean, I respect the fuck out of people, and like I hate selling shit, but I have like shit gets rough. I mean, like there's the ups and downs throughout the market and everything. So sometimes I mean, I need to sell a piece, and then I'll be able to buy like 3, 4 more pieces from selling
You
one.
always come back around. You know
I
what
Yeah,
I
think I,
mean? That's why they
yeah, I
never
usually
get
do come
mad,
back.
right? I mean,
I've
really, right?
yeah, I've rebought like several pieces before. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I
it's
think there's even several pieces where like I came into the collection later and not threesomes. I'm not talking about threesomes pieces, but
Yeah.
like maybe like a Proteon or like some other like just kind of random artist where like I came into it later and I threw an offer out and like you popped it. And I'm like, well, fuck, all right, I'll take it. And I see the original sale, you're there at the very beginning, you're there at the drop, you get it for half a Tez or whatever, and I throw out a 2 Tez offer, and you pop
right.
it. I'm like, but then I see you're still holding 2 or 3 of them. I'm like, all right,
No,
Yeah,
Mikey's got like a
I got what I
license
wanted,
to
and I
test.
still have it in my
He's
wallet.
got like a license to like, hey, he always Mikey, like I said, Mikey, you flip some work, but you always reinvest it back into the ecosystem. Even every time you've been like,
exactly.
"Oh, I need some money for this," then like a week later, you're poured in
I'm back.
back into something else. You're back in.
Yeah. I mean, I just live dangerously close, like paycheck to paycheck. So it's like I I always have a fucking problem with going over my budget, and that's usually when I have to sell something. You know what I mean? And then but yeah, like you said, then I'm usually like flush again, and then I get a little
No, I
loose with
love
the
it. Like I said,
yeah,
you're just accepted. That's okay, and everyone, and that's cool. And there's very few people like that. You know, like there's very few people that flip work that like it's just generally not flip work, but just they're constantly in the ecosystem that are look like, hey, if we can bring it up, howdy doody. Like I said, I mean the guy or whoever. I mean, I
the
personally kind of have
the
mixed feelings.
the
Like I
only the only problem I have with Howdy Doody is apparently he bugs AL Craigo so much that AL Craigo wants to drop out of the fucking marketplace. I'm like,
Okay,
dude,
that
don't
is
be driving
weird.
people
That
away
is
though.
weird. But also, I would say, like, I don't know their beef originally spat, but you got to remember this, which is real. He poured tons of money into artwork, like, collected all people. I mean, spent hundreds of thousands. And then people started to bitch at him about, like, I mean, man, like he didn't ask for like I want to be your best friend or I need this connection from you or I'm trying to even flip your artwork. He never even really sold anything. Like it is kind of intense that like people are like I agree like his low ball like he maybe should have rethought that thing and like I
But
publicly
but
said
people pop
he
it.
responded
People fucking
vindictively,
sell to him. So
right?
why the fuck not?
I agree, and like I said, I'm a free market
You know,
person, and hey,
you
it's a
you
free
can't hate
market,
him for
man.
putting the offer out there when people fucking sell to him.
And it's
Like when
kind of
people accept the
crazy,
offer,
but like you're
you can't get
talking
mad at
about
him.
people high up of all degree, and I agree. Like I said, he's been vindictive and weird with some of his posts, and enjoyed being the villain a little bit. But at first, that was not the goal. And I mean, if he thinks like this is all just a turnaround to make a bunch of profit, okay, well then he really is kind of insane. Then
I
maybe
don't ever see him sell anything.
no, he doesn't. But I'm saying
Yeah,
like if he
I don't see
thinks
him sell
someday,
anything. So
or I
I
don't
don't
know.
think that's
Like
his
I said,
I don't
if
think that's his
anyone
goal.
has any further clarity, Mikey, do you have any further? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I actually used to talk to him a little bit in DMs, like a long time ago. He's actually he might still be one of my either the top collector or like top three of my collectors. Like he supported me pretty much like early on and shit. So
Yeah,
and
he's a
it
big fucking collector, man.
Same.
There's
yeah
no denying that.
He
yeah it's
collected
just
me too. Like I mean,
yeah
same. And I DM'd him a little bit too, like a year ago. I haven't really DM'd him since then.
He's
When we were first popping
he's come
off,
in and
like
sat in the
both of us.
space in this space for several hours at a time. You know,
yeah I
like
feel like he's following me
every
sometimes.
other month.
Okay, so guys, I was kind of thinking about this. What how his profile says he's in Nebraska? What if I go see him and like conduct the spaces with him in Nebraska? Like, what if I track down Howdy Do? I'm
That would
just
be legendary.
That'd be
so
legend.
curious. Who the
I
fuck?
doubt he's actually in Nebraska, but all right, I'm I'm I'm
I
game.
mean, that's true. Like I said, maybe he wouldn't be that weird. He is just being weird about it. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, what if he really is in the Midwest? I think he possibly is.
God damn it, my fat finger again.
Fat Finger Willie.
I am going to try to approach him. I am. I really am because to me, he's actually one of the biggest mysteries, like about this whole
I
thing.
want to talk to him. I want that interview. Like I want to be there in the space.
It would be. I would love talking to Howdy Do. Anybody gets to talk to Howdy Do, that would be great because I would like to.
Nobody's heard him, correct?
No,
I mean,
not that I'm
nobody.
aware
I've
of.
never heard him.
Anytime he's been in our space, which is like I said, it's been more than once. Um, I always like immediately just throw him a microphone, like an invite. Are you gonna come up or not? He's never come up,
Never come
but
up. No. No, I'd like to. I'd like him to come up because I don't
I
understand. I don't. I agree with Willie's sentiment there. Like with if he's putting out the lowball offers, it's the person that's giving him those pieces that's the problem, and it's a good thing that Howdy takes him away, right? Like,
and I did hear him recently say, like, hey, if you're a proud artist, then you should have a standing offer on your piece, which I kind of agree with. If you're so proud about it, then you probably should put your money where your mouth is and put the money that you took right back on it as a standing offer.
hmm, yeah, that's that for sure.
I mean, that's not really that crazy. He is kind of right in that. Like I said, like I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I have a chance of talking to him or getting some further info a little bit more than anyone because I've kind of supported him and we've always been cool.
It'd be a
And I
legendary.
get where they're coming from.
It would be a legendary space if you could get um, a conversation. Like there, that
I
would be.
really would prefer to be in person. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. I'm gonna really try to track this person down, and if it's like a day drive, I'm gonna do it.
Show up and there's a bunch of severed heads on posts all the way up the driveway.
I mean, if he is in Nebraska, let me know. My buddy's been trying to get me to go out there to hang out with him and his family out there for I don't know 20 fucking years now. So
I mean,
give me an excuse
honestly,
to
I
go to
don't know. He could
Nebraska
be making
finally.
that up. He very well could be, but at the same time, I don't know.
Maybe
He
he's
very well may
Canadian.
not be.
Maybe he's
It's like
Canadian.
I don't know.
Maybe he's Canadian or Australian. Never
But
know.
he picked like a
Yeah,
weird small town in Nebraska. Like that would be just
that
okay. I mean, I guess.
that seems like a good red herring.
And it
You know,
also kind of seems like he's being a little Midwestern vindictive. I could kind of see someone in small town Nebraska with some money getting mad too.
Innovative. What do you got to add to this? You came up. You got the microphone there. Nope. Innovative just came up to stay on mute, or maybe pooping right now or something. All right. Well, you can definitely unmute yourself whenever whenever you want to pop in. But yeah, man, Howdy Do would be just an amazing conversation.
I do
Yeah,
feel
just
compelled to figure out what I just want to know. Like, I just want to know.
exactly. I want to pick that guy's brain about, and how do you just like sit back and take it and just whether that's like do you just take that beating like because everyone shits on him.
Yeah, but
Everyone
No,
wants
that's
you
to fucking
don't.
call him the
You
villain.
wear, like I said, unfortunately, it's like watching like that young kid who was picked on, and then picks up a gun and goes into a school. Like, I mean, it's like he's vindictive now. Like he's angry. He's acting out.
I think
And
only he's not picking up a gun. Hopefully,
no,
he's
and
picking up
that was a little
Tezos
bit of
and
an
just
extreme
buying.
example. I read. I wish I could. Let me backpedal on that one. It's just he is vindictive. He's mad and he's hurt. And hey, like I said, I actually could sympathize with that. If I had spent that much money, and then people were like cursing me, and you got like the head of object like who blocked him. Like I mean, it's just like fuck, man. Like I mean,
Why?
very little respect. That's all I gotta say.
Why did the head of object block him? Because he was trying to
They're
buy
not the head
Christmas
of
pieces
object, and
at
I'm not
fucking
even trying to
10 cents on the
for
dollar.
beef. They don't like each other just because of his vindictiveness with AL Krigo. And like I said, he's kind of crossed the line with that.
Yeah.
I kind of laughed at some of his posts at first, but I also realized he's kind of crossing the line. I mean, they were kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, when
Okay.
artists really start to go like I don't want to do this anymore. It's like, well, no, you're a great artist. We don't want to lose you in the
I know,
community
but like,
because of
come
one
on.
fucking
If
asshole.
Howdy Do is stopping you, like at the same time, bro, like a strong breeze might stop you. I mean, give me a break.
All right.
Let's just be real, though. I mean, I'm
All
just
right.
being serious. Like,
Yeah,
we're living in
no.
the real world.
Yeah, all right.
got Block Chung rolling up here. Innovative must have been having problems because Innovative dropped
Hey,
out and then
Meat
came
Block.
back in.
Hey, will you guys send Meat Block an invite?
Yeah, he's coming up right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yo, I gotta drop off, guys. Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Mikey.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you
Catch you
popping up.
tomorrow.
For sure.
That was
man.
it, bro?
I'll be on your spaces when you do this one in 2024.
Hell yeah.
Things to look forward to.
Later, guys.
All right.
Ciao.
We'll see you, Mikey.
What's going on, Block Chung?
You know,
What you
I'm
eating?
kind of broke, and I'm just trying to put a bid in for like 0.1 Tezos on these art projects. That's all.
There you go.
Get it in there,
Get
man.
it in there, man. Stretch it out.
So
Stretch
you
that.
agree with me?
Mikey,
Hey, Meat Block. You
Mikey
agree with
usually got
me
3 or 4 spares.
on the whole howdy do situation, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I have I'm not sure it's a hot take, right? It's just the take. But really kind of like what dad was saying, right? You know, like look, you can't let these types of people stop you from your craft, right? You can't let people lowballing the market stop you of your craft, right? Your passion. Um, I kind of get that rent is due, but so is everybody else's rent, right? So is Howdy's rent. And so when everybody's canceling each other out because of lower bids, because it hurts feelings,
And does
it
howdy
kind of
really
makes me.
even hurt that bottom line? Like that's my question. Does he really
That's what
even
like
hurt that?
I've been giving away my art for free, right? And then somebody else says like, "Oh my God, somebody giving no bids," and it's really kind of
Yeah.
interesting to
Okay.
see the
No.
dynamics of decentralization, right? Like I think we're using these social webs of to manipulate the market. I don't think putting a
Oh,
low bid in
absolutely.
anywhere is not manipulating the market, right? Like that's putting that's putting your money where your mouth is, right? You know, and
So let
so if it is that, that's it. But look, we love gas, right? Except for ETH gas, we love real gas, right? When gas is higher at a gas stations, we complain about that price. So
yeah, we would all buy
imagine
10-cent gas and not Teslas if we could, right?
Right, exactly. So imagine what
Yeah.
Howdy is trying to do versus what the market's trying to tell him that he can't do. And that kind of puts me out like, listen, like if that's going to be the case, we might as well have a reserve on Tezos. Right? It's not my fault Tezos is crashing all the way down since
Well,
5 or 6 or $8 ago, you know.
why is it like illegal to like support him? Like I feel like even some people have kind of given me the side eye because like no like thousands of people have
Well,
seen his
how
post and I'm
how
like
are
one
you
of 10 people that's like, "You know what? I kind of tend to agree with you. I think you've been a
how are you
little
supporting him?
vindictive, but
Are you retweeting him, or like
not
what do you mean by
retweeting, but
supporting
I'm
him?
commenting and just like, occasionally I'll like his stuff, not the stuff that's like really mean
Honestly,
pointed,
like
but
I I generally only see most of his on-chain stuff, like offers and things like that. Like I don't usually see like Twitter posts from him. Like he's not in my algorithm. That's just how Twitter works sometimes, right? But I want to go back to Blockchun's thought about like you give away a lot of your art for free, and most of the art I've done lately, the very few pieces that I've done, have all been given away for free. Now, if somebody were to sell one of those at point 0.1 Tez, that'd be the first point 0.1 Tez sale of those pieces. That'd be the first 0.008 Tez that I would make off of my art. So like, yeah, okay, great. Granted, if they originally sold for 100 Tez, that's a different story. But
And I think that's the thing is like if you think about the rebound, right? Like yeah, it sucks going from 100 to 0, right? But does it suck from going to 0 to 100? And
well,
hey,
like
I think I've kind of humbly met that barrier. Like, hey, I
and
make a little piece of art and I'll do like 10 editions at like 10 or like a Tez a piece.
and
Like,
how
I
come
mean, I'm not looking to make, and hey, if people want to collect it or whatever, trade it for secondary later on, cool. But clearly, I'm not trying to make any money here. I'm just trying to get a little bit of Tez when I can to collect more. And I feel like that's fair and that's cool. And I think anyone demanding like a ton of Tez right now, demanding anything from anybody like in NFTs is kind of a hard sell.
and how come nobody gets mad at "Don't burn it, sell it to me" Tez? How come nobody gets mad at him? He's got point 0.1 offers on everything, or point 0.01
that
offers on
that's
everything.
where that's kind of like what like I know there's a lot of hot topics like Tez poll and other things going on in the ecosystem, but one of the things that's really scary is calling for a social media thing to vote on canceling people's wallets out, right? And
That ain't right.
and to me, that is not what Tesla's really represented in the first place, you know. And
Agreed.
so if we're going, yeah, and if we're going to extract the top end of Tezos and cut the the head off the snake, right? Then are we going to grow a new head, or are we just going to keep slithering away headless? You know, and that's what I kind of feel towards this the curation team and what higher artists are doing versus like like what you guys do. You
we're
guys
getting
do this.
we're getting back
All,
to the IRL art world,
Yeah,
the traditional art world
all the
of this
curators.
curated fucking, yeah.
There, no, but everyone, even digitally, all those people with power, even digitally, are being rather pretentious. You know, I mean, it is feeling like the traditional art world, like those that like are in control, that like don't like what he's doing. I'm gonna block him for what he's saying. So nasty. Like that is pretentious. And you know, because if you can't see through the fact that like what he's done, like, and like I said, like I find it crazy that like I've seen very few people just kind of stick up for him. And like I said, it's harder to stick up for him now because he's leaning in to the villain role because there's nowhere else to him for him to lean. And it's like that's kind of sad. Like it's actually a great tragedy of like our Tezos space. And I feel like me being someone who cares about it, I should at least try to like if there's someone who could try to fix this, I could maybe fix this. And I at
Okay.
least want to figure out more about it. We've always been pretty tight, so I have a feeling he'll give me a little bit more. And it's like I've always been open about who I am, and I think he's always like that. So I think I have a little bit of leeway with him if somebody does.
Fuck.
And I want to figure out more.
Well, we'll stay. We're gonna stay tuned, man.
Is it not the biggest mystery though? I
Yeah,
mean, it kind of like it kind of
absolutely.
it really is, and it's like I agree. Like, um, you know, banning somebody from a marketplace because you don't like what they're doing, even though it's perfectly acceptable by any
with
measure of
with
any
within
marketplace.
your own written, policies or whatever. I don't know. I
Well,
didn't actually read them, so I can't actually speak to that. But I'm guessing there's nothing against it
yeah, I mean that's
in
and to
their own
me,
terms and conditions or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
and
yeah, and
that's
it's
kind
like
of
to
like
have that
Terry.
outward display and for like that to be just like, you know, like I said, I wish like maybe he wouldn't have done that, or someone that had a decent mind that had his attention approached him early on and asked him, hey, you know, this may go a different, you know, way than you think it's going to go. Like, you know, I don't think
but
he
but
intended it
why
for it to go this way, but he's leaning into it now.
why
And
is
I want
why
to
is
know
it
why.
why is acquiring art on the cheap wrong?
It's not. I mean,
You know,
and
like
for the like,
everyone fucking applauds if they find a, you know what I mean? Like if you went
agreed.
to a like a yard sale or a fucking a storage auction and you found a fucking Picasso, like no one's gonna be like, oh, well, you only bought that for $10. They're gonna be like, holy fuck, you got that for $10?
Hey, I mean, in the thick of things, like a year ago when Tez was hot, I mean, I got the majority of my followers from posting artists that I was buying. And I mean, I was a hot wallet and I was buying, I was one of the top people along with Mikey. And we were having a great time. And, but it's just things have changed and, you know, things are different. And what changed two things. Um, the amount of X copy style glitch copies got out of control, and then the AI phenomenon. And what I always said with all this was like, when you buy a piece of AI artwork, you got to really look at it and just say, is this going to age well? So, like,
Or or
I
am I
mean,
just
really,
buying
like,
it
is
because
this going
I
to
like
age
it?
well? And a lot of that early shit, you could look at it even then and be like, this probably isn't going to really age that well. we were just so enamored with what it could do. And some of that early AI art will still be cool and sought after because of what it represented in that time for being early.
Yeah,
But like then all the stuff right after that's gonna not do so well. And if you see what I mean.
no,
Well,
we've actually had a discussion on early AI art and like how me and Bits kind of like some of that earlier like Mid Journey 2, Mid Journey 3, Mid Journey 4 kind of stuff with the fucking 8 fingers and like it has this like it
And there
already
are
has
a
this
few
nostalgia
tasteful
6 9 months later.
few though, very few, I would say.
one of the
I think
things
I
that's
think the
concerning.
discussion was when we were talking to Dehesence, so I mean, yeah.
One of the things that was kind of concerning to me about the whole Howdy situation would be how how could that not be in a form like antitrust? Like a form of a monopoly when you cut your competition out. Art shouldn't be a monopoly, and even let's just say even the greatest artist in the world was to step in, that they shouldn't be able to monopolize that type of space, right? Different than just allowing like good healthy competition while entering the space with consent, and that's kind of like what I'm.
Isn't
Yeah.
isn't he proving that you can though?
And see,
And like
that's
what
what's
I fear is
And
he's becoming a
and that's
villain,
what
and
they
I'm
don't
just
like.
trying to rope him back in, man, while we still can. I mean, he's becoming quite a villain, and it's just like someone needs to try to rope him back in because Jesus Christ, like, and if you look at his banner, I just saw it today on his object page. It says auctions begin like someday 2040 or something, and it's really weird and strange, but it says something to that effect. And the fact, I'll look right now.
I was just
Um,
trying to get to it myself, but my computer's being super slow.
but yeah, no, like it's really weird. I noticed he updated his object bio, and it's like all auctions begin on March something 2040 at high noon. Like I
Yeah,
remember
I'll
that
be
part.
there.
Yeah, yeah.
Guess what?
Something
I'll be there.
crazy. I was reading it today, and I'm like, oh my god, he has gone off the reservation. I have got to talk to him. I mean, even if he won't let me record it or talk to anybody, I'll say howdy, just me and you. I'll put my phone in the car. Like, can we just talk, man? I'm gonna try.
Well,
we
you
kind
would
of need like
you would
healthy
you
villains in the ecosystem, and Howdy's like a good healthy villain in my opinion.
well he's why we all got into it, right? It was to fight the traditional art world, and that's what I feel he is doing
He says
because the people at the
auctions
top
begin.
are getting all
Auctions
their
begin
information.
March 1st, 2041 at noon UTC, the 20th year anniversary of Hickactoon Hen. That is his bio.
I like it.
That's super obscure.
6 years, just over 6 years. I'll be there.
I got. I put
16
it.
years.
I put it into my.
17 years.
I put it
Oh,
into my
yeah,
calendar.
you're right. I'm
I
off
put it.
by 10.
I put it into my calendar, so if I'm still able to operate a phone by then.
Hey, make sure you remind me because I can't do shit without you fucking sending me a text.
Man, what is he playing with? What is he? I'm just so curious. What's wrong with him?
Or maybe he's just brilliant.
I am very curious. I'll put it that. I'm very curious.
I mean,
It's
just like
it's
just
provenance, right?
yeah, just like all some of the other artists in this space. I mean, you just dive deep into the character and become the character.
Oh, so I gotta meet this character. I would really like if he. I'm gonna try, but like I said, he's gotten kind of undue. It's just so weird. I just never thought we'd see this. He was so well loved, like for so long. like I think people are only like knowing about him, like other people that didn't know about him before, only for this like negative stuff of the offers. But for like a year and a half before that, he was loved by everyone. Yeah, Mikey liked him. He's Mikey's biggest collector. I mean, it's just like it's hard to.
What if
And
what
even
if the
like
spoiler is he's Charlie Munger's kid? He's
I,
Warren Buffett's right hand man's kid.
I'm just so
That's why
curious.
he's in
Like,
Nebraska.
it's so weird though because he just used to be praised and praised and praised, and like to see him like to like completely, because like most of the time, like what, you got some money, you collect a lot, maybe you have an ego thing, and you love that praise. Like you love that praise, and it was weird because then he started to think like economically, like I'm just gonna blanket offers, and he might have thought about maybe people like that versus no offer. Like he probably didn't even think like the way that it was turned out. And I gotta admit, if you really think about it on its face, like the way that people ended up interpreting it across the board, like, hey, you have a piece. Why would you sell it for an offer if it's so egregious, yet so many people do? I mean, you got it. It's not like nobody accepts Howdy's offers. I've accepted a few on some random stuff. Like, and tons of people have accepted those offers.
Yep.
So it's just,
Yeah, he doesn't have
it's
a
mind
massive
blowing.
collection from people not accepting offers.
Yeah. No, it's for sure. Exactly.
Like it's it's a weird one. I mean, I've definitely put out some very very low offers just to be a dick. I've done that. I can't say I haven't. I've done that. I've put out point zero 0.01 offers just to be a dick to that artist. Only because they'd already been a dick to me first. But that's still not like a good thing to do, right? So I see how that can be seen as that. But at the same point, I'm like, well, you still also didn't have any offers on your art.
Yeah.
So
And I
how
would
am I
just
the
say,
dick? Like, I'm still at
if
least
you're going
putting
to
an
allow
offer out there.
that,
Like, there's at least still an offer of somebody who wants to buy it.
I like the the taxation protection that Howdy gives you. Because like you could do a lot of transactions, you're not going to make that much, right? So you're not going to get taxed technically. But if you went about it on the one-on-one way and you want to sell everything by 100 and you're trying to recoup all that, like your tax, you're going to have to pay so much, right? And it's just technically like
Oh yeah,
not sustainable, in my
you
opinion.
could you could dump a lot on him and save some taxes,
man, the
right?
federal government, it's going to be 10 years so they can really enforce this shit. I'm not doing any of that.
Well, I'm not saying any of that on a recorded space.
What are we
Oh, I
talking
mean, I'm
about?
just kidding. This is not a record. I didn't. I was just joking. I always pay my taxes. I
We,
always do everything.
we always have the
By the book.
we have always have the disclaimer at the beginning of the show. This is a show. It's for entertainment purposes only. Nothing you
And
We haven't
hear.
done that in a long time.
that's part
We
of my
should do that again.
persona.
We should
Hey,
do it
one
now.
thing I forgot to say, I love digging into the faux criminal persona. Like that's part of my art too. I should have mentioned that prior. The faux criminal persona. I express that,
Absolutely.
emotion all the time here.
And we love that about your art.
Yeah.
It's both performative and um, physical or digital. Love that.
Yep.
Blends those worlds.
I'm from Canada. That's. I was gonna say earlier you guys were dolling out car buying advice. You're supposed to put the disclaimer on that, weren't you? This isn't car buying advice.
I don't think we had advice. We just,
No, I'm
just speaking our opinions
Yes.
about car buying. And if you happen to be in the market for a Tesla, I have a referral code. I'm going to imagine that Dad over there has a referral code too, as well.
I most
obviously.
certainly have a referral
Yeah.
code. And if you
Anyone who has
are
a Tesla
buying
has a referral
Tesla,
code.
I did a pretty
So,
goddamn good job of selling it. So please.
I would love to have one.
I really need to add that to the link tree. That's a good idea.
That is a good idea. We're gonna start having. He's gonna pin it up to the top. Yeah, get her up there, getting spaces. Be pinning up your referral code up to the top.
You know, it really is awesome. And all I would say is this: like, no matter what your situation is, the truth is a Tesla in your future is a possibility. You know, whether it's today or 2 years from now, they will be affordable eventually for whatever your situation is. Like, it really is true.
So to to piggyback on that, I was in on the pre-sale or whatever the reserve for the Model 3s and got my put my $1,000 down or whatever. Got my I got my fucking my artwork, my Model 3 sketch artwork, which is still pretty fucking dope actually. Um, and then like when it came, 2 years later, when it came around time to actually be able to order one, I wasn't able to. Like it wasn't in my cards like I said at the time. So um, had to cancel my order and let it be on. I just barely fucking got my first Tesla this year.
Well,
So yeah, I mean, yeah,
Dude, that
So
was
when you say like it's inevitable, maybe not inevitable, but like it's kind of in the future.
dude.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna cut that.
hey, it's the
I'm gonna
same as
actually
like
timestamp that, and I'm gonna turn that into a beautiful commercial with some background and music and everything. What you just that story you just told us, Willie.
Whatever, man. Just send it straight to fucking Elon.
Yeah, sure.
you know, if you dreamed of a certified pre-owned Toyota Camry, you could eventually get one, and that's the same deal. I mean, that's
True.
what we're looking at.
Hey, I've got my Toyota Corolla in the garage, right? You know.
And they're phenomenal vehicles. And being a mechanic, I'm sure you know that. And that's
Absolutely, I
why,
don't have.
and I know they're phenomenal.
Absolutely,
You say
400,000.
Toyota Corolla?
Yeah.
Yeah. The last car that I had was 2000, and I think a four or 2000 something Corolla. Literally 50,000 miles on it. Like it's a great car.
Oh yeah. I love my. I bought it. I bought it specifically for that reason because I knew what I mean. They sell hundreds of thousands of the fucking things, man. Like they they for the last few years they've always had lowest cost of ownership, and it just makes sense, man. It's I've got like well I don't know it's 400,000 kilometers on mine, which is I don't know
It's like
200
half, 200, almost
200,000
200,000
yeah
miles,
about
now,
I
right?
think it's
200,000
like
miles.
180,000 or
260
something like that.
Yeah.
something, 260,000
Yeah.
miles or something like that.
I mean, that's a shit ton of miles.
And I did I replaced uh alternator just recently, like the last couple of years, and I accidentally changed the water pump when I thought because I thought that's what was making the noise, fucking not the alternator. It was bad mechanicking on my part, but so other than that, I've never put any maintenance into that fucking vehicle, and I can still to this day let go of the steering wheel while I'm driving straight down the highway, and it just goes straight. Like it's amazing. Love it. Good
Yeah,
dependable
they're
vehicle.
great. I had a 2011 LX 570 SUV, which is like a Toyota Land Cruiser, and like that thing is built like a tank. I sold it to my dad, but he's still driving it and he loves it. And that is just Toyota's testament. I'm trying to buy another Land Cruiser, but like they're expensive as hell. They
Yeah.
want 30 plus thousand, for something with 10
Yeah,
years and
they hold their
100,000
value real well.
miles. Yeah, they
Well,
do, and because
Yeah.
they're great vehicles, all Toyotas do. That's the reason. Like for my rental car company, I don't have any Toyotas because they're expensive. I use Toyota.
yeah.
I bought a 2011 Mercedes C300. It's beautiful. I paid $6,500 for it. It's got like 100,000 miles. I bought a BMW 335i 2014 Euro spec with the coral red interior. $300 from Florida.
Holy
It's
fuck.
been pretty cool, but putting them together, that's the thing. Both the cars have little bitty things wrong with them and sourcing things, and it's a pain in the butt. But I'm doing it on the cheap, so it's working out.
That's fun.
It is.
With
I actually really enjoy that.
with
Like, I mean,
with European cars, you almost want to kill yourself after a little while, but no, it's fun.
No, you want to trade them in for Teslas.
I'm doing a oil
I just did that.
filter housing gasket on this 335i, which has a turbo, changing the serpentine belt, and then doing a valve cover. BMW quoted me like $3,500.
Yeah.
Not gonna do that. So I'm searching now, and I've already
Fuck
gotten
working
another
on
quote.
BMWs, man.
It's a bitch, but I will say this: BMW driving experience, man. It's a driver's car. They drive
No,
very
okay.
well.
So here's why I say that. Right, is the last car, the one I got rid of to get a Tesla was a 2012 Range Rover, and I love that fucking thing. But it's all BMW under the hood, and it's a fucking nightmare. And parts are hard to get, and they're so like buried up underneath everything. And the other car, which is it, it's my baby. It's babied in the garage. Is an '06 Mini Cooper, and it's all BMW.
I
And
was gonna say the
you
Mini
gotta
is.
you gotta
They're
take the
great
whole
though,
fucking
actually.
front end. Oh, I love it, man. I mean, like
I
it's
leased.
a 6 speed. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, I
When
leased a little 2020 one for my wife. 3 years is brand new, green, that racing green, but it was like metallic flake with a white top. Just Mini Cooper 2020, black wheels. It was beautiful. I should have bought that car. That was really dumb that I leased it. Never lease a car. It's really stupid. I really advise against it. Um, but they're great cars actually for what they are. I mean, just little getting around town, especially if you're in the city, parking, anything like that. Just doing little daily shit, regular people things.
oh no,
Pretty good.
mine's a driver. I mean, like it's not my daily driver. Like it's my sports car, and
Is
I've
it
got a
the
Tesla.
Cooper S?
Like, yeah, yeah. It's a
Is
six
it
speed
the
Cooper
worst
S.
one or
It,
whatever? The
no,
John Cooper?
it might as well be because I rebuilt it. I rebuilt it all, so I redid all the bushings, and I mean, I
It's a
rebuilt it at
manual
100,000 miles
transmission.
though. Yeah,
All right, good man, good man.
yeah. No, it's my fun. We're not going to get too many more manual transmissions in the United States ever again. Like this is my classic, which it is a classic now. I think. Or is
They're
it?
light,
2 years
easy to
maybe.
work
2 years
on.
it'll be a classic. Oh, dude, no, it's not. It's not easy to work on. It's a pain in the ass. Like anything under the hood, pain in the ass.
Fuck,
Whole
it's like
fucking front end's got to
I
come
am
off.
talking out of my ass. I don't know
Yeah,
if it's
no,
easy. I just
no.
imagine it's
That's
small.
why
I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
BMW because it's all BMW. It's all BMW. It's all you got to fucking take everything. It's a fucking pain in the ass. They
yeah.
got all these BMW special fucking tools and shit. It's
See,
a nightmare.
you know where, but I was gonna say, where it kind of comes in good is I'm a little guy, so I get my little hands in there. Willie got
Yeah,
you got your room muting thumbs going on.
Now switching
yeah.
over
I
to
need,
the
I need,
American side. For
I need you to go help
visceral,
me change the fucking oil.
American cars are definitely easier to service, and one of my prime cars that it's a great earner, and it's one of my favorites is 2015 Dodge Durango RT with the 5.7 Hemi, 345 cubic inch. I have the mid muffler deleted, so it's straight pipe, and it is mean. Black on black, black wheels. I mean, it attracts probably even some negative attention,
So
but
you said
people
car
love it.
rental. Are you doing are you running like a Turo business or like a proper
Correct.
car rental?
Yes, I have a legitimate company, but I rent on Turo, and here soon, after I get more time, I will do private rentals. But you just have to have a lot of your shit in place to do that right.
Okay.
Toro guarantees basically everything, and that's what's beautiful. Like, doesn't matter. Like, if a guest messes up your car, they steal your car, they shoot it up, whatever. Like, if it's total loss, they are very fair about it. They pay you out after 30 days. I am
Hmm.
on the 90-10 plan, so they only
I've
get
I've
10% of the money.
I-
But what's
I've seen
cool, it's
I've seen only but night I've seen only nothing but nightmares on Reddit. So
it's not for the average person. Like, I've always been a car person my whole life, so for the first time, like, my hobby has become a real life experience. Because, like, I can,
all
like,
right.
kind of piece cars together, know what's wrong with them, buy them right. This all starts with buying them right. Then vetting the customer is huge, and your settings are
But
that's a big deal.
you're I, you're going out and like you're buying cars, renting them, and then using that money to
Correct.
buy new cars. Like
Cash cars.
you're not using cars that have been in your family that you've owned. Like
No,
my
Tesla.
mini I've had for
No.
15 years or something. Like you're not using that,
No.
right?
They
Like
have
you're
to
going
be
out. Okay.
2012 or newer with 130,000 miles or less.
Well, they do a lot of like classic car rentals and stuff too, though, right?
There's no money in that because old cars break down.
Okay,
They're
good
probably
to
going
know.
to do
All right.
away with that feature anyhow.
Fucking
And
old
it's
car.
like, I need utilization. I bought these cars for them to be rented. See, what I don't like are the fucking yahoos that like go out and buy a Tesla they can't afford. So then they put it on the app and saturate it and undercut everybody, thinking like they're just
Yeah.
getting help on their payment, but they don't realize with depreciation they're losing money a lot.
Yeah.
So
All
I
right.
don't
Well,
buy cars like that. So like my
I
Model
might.
3 is not rented. That's the only car that isn't rented. That is my personal car. My wife drives it too. You know, our baby daughter is in it. You know, there's not strangers doing weird things in that car. Or God knows
Gotcha.
what in that car. That's my point.
Listening to
Gotcha.
WX8BK.
Yeah. No, I might. I'll probably hit you up, or I don't know. I might if I start looking into that more. I might hit you up.
For sure.
Get some
I mean,
DMs
hey,
about some
I
little more.
learned on YouTube, and like there's some great guys called King of Rentals, Max Hart out of Arizona, and then Tony Luxury Cars out of Tennessee, and their YouTubes are great. And I got Tony for a consultation, and then I've already gotten I did a little FaceTime with Max, and they'd help me kind of set up and like, you want to get the right cars. Like, you don't want to get like, okay, do you know what's a bad car? Like a Dodge Charger. That's a horrible car, you know, because like people steal them, and also the people that rent them. So you
I'm
either
guessing
want to go for like
like a
economy.
Kia Niro. Like, is a Kia Niro like a good car or a bad
No,
car?
because
It's
they
super
steal them.
economy, but
They
no,
steal
no,
them.
no, no,
Kias, you know, Hyundais.
no, no, no.
They
Okay,
steal them.
the Neros aren't. The Neros can't be. The Neros aren't in the steal list. I know because my sister has one. But
Then
okay,
yeah,
so
then if it's cheap, you know, like economy
like cheap
car,
economy gets 50 miles a gallon, gets the hybrid or whatever.
and you
Like,
can buy the
is
car
that
to
a good
5 to 10.
car or a bad car?
If you can buy it for $5,000 to $10,000 and rent it to $40 to $50 a day, you'll be positive after 10, 11 months, and you'll get
None of this is
probably
financial
almost
advice.
3 years. Yeah, and it's just you got to
Nothing is
be on it
financial
with the
advice.
car. And hey, you could get a bad car you don't know when you're buying cars and stuff like that. Like it's just there could be maintenance you didn't know about, and that just
Yeah, for
happens.
sure.
But I just advise either going super cheap. I advise cheap either way because it's the best ROI.
Well,
If you're like, oh, I
you're
want to
talking Dodge Durango though, so I'm like, well, where are we going here?
I still got a good deal on that. It's a 2015 with
All right.
92,000 miles. I paid a little over 20 grand, and it rents for like 100 a day. So that's pretty good economics.
All right, nice.
And it's utilized about 20 days a month. And you got to remember, it just depends on what time of year. It is seasonal. Like around the holidays, totally booked. But it can be dead during certain times, and I'm sure January is going to be a little
You got
sparse.
you got plenty of property out there and without doxing yourself out there in Kansas City to store all these cars.
Hey, I mean, I'm at my house. I mean, there's no homeowners association. Like
Just a nice
nobody
big
can do
driveway.
shit.
And
I got 6 cars in my driveway. I mean, my driveway holds that many cars.
I knew a guy in Orange County, tiny fucking driveway, still did that shit. Still had 8 cars in the neighborhood.
Oh, I'll pimp.
He was
12
nice, so
out
nobody
here.
cared. Yeah.
Yeah, no, nobody can really do anything. It's even if I park on the public street, there is no HOA. As long as the cars move regularly, there's nothing anyone could do. But when I get about to 10 cars, which hopefully is in about 6 months, I'm gonna rent a place, and then indoor storage. It'll streamline my operation even a lot more. I can expand more, and then eventually, here's the ultimate, man. I'm already making good income with this. Then I move to YouTube, consulting, and then here's the real kicker, co hosting. Hey, you got extra money, you got a nice car, it's not getting driven, give it to me. I'll take 30%, you take 70%. I'll manage everything
Oh,
about your car.
I'm
And you
thinking the
just get
exact opposite.
checks.
You give me 10%. I'll park 14 fucking cars on my property, and they can rent them out from here in California.
Well, that exactly, but the whole
I'm thinking the
management is
flip
like
flop.
all like what I'm offering is I can say to somebody, I can make your investment passive. You just get a check. Give me the vehicle. I market it. I rent it. I maintain it. I get the oil
Hey,
changes.
buddy.
I get the tires done. I get whatever it needs. Of course, that's coming out of owner's pocket, but we split. The fare, the fees. But for someone who makes a lot of money, sometimes it's better to them at the end of the
Yeah.
year to buy assets and things like that. So it's not ridiculous. So I plan
Oh
on
yeah.
pitching people that have money once I have quite a bit of experience underneath my belt. And it can go from there. And this is like I said, I think it's a business that I really can grow because I've always been into cars like this, and it's like finally, like
Passion.
I know what I'm doing. Like I would say, hey, you want to go start a car rental company? Go for it. Like just wait how people treat your shit, and like being able to screen for that and fixing your shit and just, I mean, it is difficult. And most people, hey, after 2 months, they give up.
Yeah, that's why my wife, when we moved, I was always like, well, you know we'll move out of this house because we'll have enough, after our first house, like, we'll have enough to like have the down payment for the next house. We don't need to sell this house. We'll just rent it. She's like, nope, fuck that. I'm like, well, come on, we'll just rent it. Like, we don't have a rental house, and we'll build rental houses. She's like, nope, not doing it. Fine.
I
Like,
would
all right.
personally argue that it would be a good idea to rent. Like, I will never sell another piece of property ever again. I only plan on buying every 3 to 4 years. Whether that's another home, whether that's a duplex to rent, whether
Well,
that's a
that
whatever.
last house was a little more complicated financially too. Like, there were other people involved. But yeah, it wasn't
Hey,
worth the fight on that one. But
oh no, and I
I
get it,
I
man. I'm
agree too.
married, and when you have to make, and hey, when you're moving houses, you got to move up. You got to please the wife. I totally understand that. A lot of times it's not feasible to do that, and that's why a lot of people don't do it. But just whenever it is possible, you know, it is by far as far as wealth generation, creating wealth, becoming wealthy. It's real estate. You buy it
Yeah,
and you hold
and
on
like
to it forever.
and
That's
like we
how
talked
fucking
earlier,
rich people are rich. Like that's how it
what
works.
what did you say? 25% of the real estate in America is owned by corporations,
Yeah, it's a little under
at least.
25. And
Yeah.
then but by 2030 it'll be 40. And I totally believe that. Because they're already driving up the price as it is. Eventually, all this, like I will say, I was in real estate, but I just gave up my license this year just because it's been rough. And when times are tougher, like as an agent, you make less money and the job's a lot harder. So like there's not a
Right.
ton of incentive. And
There's a lot
I
more.
think
There's
I
a lot
got
more
in
competition
2020,
too, right?
but I just, hey, it's one of those things that ownership's going to be so difficult in the future that if you get a piece of property, you really should grab it because there will be tons of good people, like nice young people, young folks that will never be able to afford a piece of property. So you'll have good renters,
Well, it's
and there will be a
especially with that,
plethora of good renters
especially
who are just begging
with that
to have
corporate
a good piece
ownership
of
rate.
land.
Like, you get more people that can't afford to buy. So
Yeah,
you're
and
you're just you're just you're just buying yourself into that corporate ownership rate, and like, I
well,
mean, you're kind of exacerbating the problem, but at the same time, you're making your own life better. But
prices are high,
you know,
interest rates are high. That's bad. I mean, it's
yeah,
just that, like, any way you cut it, like, it's bad. And it's probably not going to change that much just because of supply in general. So, it doesn't look good. Like, I mean, that's what I've just tried to tell people is like, I've had friends that are like, I'm going to sell my home and then like rent something and then we'll figure it out. And I'm like, dude, that's a horrible idea. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, like, you know, the idea that you're going to get out of your piece of property and then 2 or 3 years later, hopefully your income is up and hopefully your credit's up and hopefully your interest rate's low. And then you can get your dream property. That's a lot of things that got to happen.
Yeah.
So, I would prepare for the worst.
I mean,
That's my whole thing.
that was our exact plan at our last house. We were and that plan was supposed to happen within 2 to 3 years. It took us 12 years to move. So, I think we can kind of end on that.
You're in California?
Yeah.
Well, and exactly. You're talking about sky high real estate. So it's easy for me to say keep your real estate. I no, that's quite literally not even possible there. I get that.
Damn California.
It's high as
Yeah.
hell.
Willie's high as hell sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes he's high as hell.
Not right
Yeah.
now.
No, not right now. Okay.
Not right now.
Well, gentlemen, I think we found a good place. We could probably just call this one a night. Bring the train back into the station. This has been hell of a conversation.
I do want to say something
Yeah.
before you close
Yep.
this out, though, Bits.
Go ahead,
is,
man.
If you're not following anybody else in this space, make sure you give everybody else a follow. We don't say that enough around here, but everyone here that's here now has been hanging out the whole time, and
Can you guys, can you hear me?
give them a follow.
Can you hear me?
Oh shit! It's innovative.
Yeah,
Are you
barely.
Are you in a toilet?
Can you hear me?
Are you
You sound like you're in the bottom of a tin can, but yeah.
No, I mean, driving around Southern California, we have the modern infrastructure with no bars, Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm in a Honda Odyssey with 339,000 miles. I picked it up with 160,000 for $3,000, and this car owes me nothing. I think it's going to go another 60.
Fuck yeah!
I love
Well, that's
everything.
because you want to get it to 420, right?
Free car. Yeah.
Everything you just said was awesome.
So,
Congratulations.
the Teslas, they take off quick. One of my buddies got a Cadillac Blackwing, and it's kind of like a ground up build. And man, that thing is rowdy. I think that's a 6.2 supercharged, and it just looks like a grandma car, but it's hard to get the pedal down, and it's got this lane correction, and then when you get like a little out of control, the seatbelts pull back on you, and then you have that sound of the exhaust. But I don't know, that might be one of the last great cars. I don't know, but that thing was awesome to drive.
Hey, innovative. How come it sounds like you're fucking talking through a megaphone or a toilet paper roll?
I got Bluetooth. I've got some 2G antenna from Mexico. I have no idea.
I was gonna say he told you he was in a 360,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Honda
That's right.
Odyssey, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
no, I
The
got
Odyssey's playing games.
The speaker pickup's been beat up in that thing.
no, I got the modern. I got the Bluetooth technology and everything in this thing.
But
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
for how it sounds though, I mean, for the way it sounds, you do sound very clear, and we can hear you clearly. It just like Willie says, it sounds like you're at the bottom of a fucking tin can. It's hilarious. I love it. It's good sound bites.
Vintage.
That is
Nostalgic.
that is where I am.
Can
Let's get back. Can you guys hear me? Let's get back to screen technology. I've recently done some Samsung hospitality versions. So they're not the UNs, but they're like the BH ones. So they have like a higher nit. They're brighter, and those are only like $500 now for like a 55-inch. And then with that, it runs a Tizen, which is like a step down UI. But I use this website called Fugo AI, and it's $20 $20 a month on every screen, and from there you can upload all your pictures, make slideshows, and you can schedule everything.
No, I don't.
So,
I don't
I
want
mean,
to upload. I want it to read my goddamn wallet.
Yeah, well, you just drag and drop your wallet pictures onto it. But what this does though is it's remotely. So I've got I put one in a store in Chula Vista, and I hardly go down to South Bay at all. And that was like one of my first things. That's why I don't like doing many commercial displays, because I don't want to have to go load something on a USB. It's been running for a month flawlessly, and then that's without having to buy a streaming device. So we have some good things out there now that are fairly cheap. But you want to look at for like hospitality TVs instead of straight consumer, because they're built to run all day.
That's a very good point.
That's interesting.
Very good.
That's something.
Yeah, so if you guys see them, it's like a Samsung, and it'll start with like a BH or a BE. You don't want any of the ones with the U. So.
Everybody's writing down, making notes. Cool, man. Thanks.
Yep, and then that other website was fugo.ai, like FUGA or FGO.ai, and that was an easy service.
Oh, you're breaking up, Captain.
Software and everything.
Well, they didn't want that website out there, apparently.
Right? They totally cut him off right when he said that.
Right?
Oh.
Cool.
Fugo.ai.
Yeah, we got her.
Yeah.
What did he just say to you, Willie? Go ahead, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're there again now. Yeah, you're starting to cut out.
Yeah, I got 339, 141 now. Maybe that's the reason.
Fucking.
But I had an event coming up on Friday. I'm gonna have a Christmas parade, and I'm gonna do a thread with a couple artists. I think I'm gonna have 4 floats on Twitter.
Oh, this will be good.
Only on Twitter. This isn't a live thing. Because you're in California, right?
Yeah, but like on the internet, I do do memes for the circus, and any projects I'm involved in, I make memes.
Yeah, Willie, get with the program here.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm looking for some place to go in California on Friday. Like literally, I'm looking to get the fuck out of my town. So like, where at?
Oh.
like let me come hang out, dude.
It's on Twitter. Yeah, so it's gonna have. So I made a little float, and I got like 3 other artists that made floats, and then I'm gonna tag people, and then it's not real. It's It's artwork. It's artwork. Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
I thought it was gonna be like a dual thing, like you had something set up IRL that you were gonna be doing on Twitter also.
I knew it was. I knew it was gonna be.
I think you guys know my memes. I think you guys.
I totally.
I like to do the showman ones. I like to do the puff pandas, the vibe knots, dippies, like any communities that I've been in the past couple years. I make I guess they call it community memes. I don't know.
Yeah. I totally. As soon as you said that, I was like, I could picture in my head what's going to come out on Friday. I can't wait for it. Should be good. Sweet, buddy.
But Friday. So I've been in San Diego since just after Thanksgiving, and then now I'm going out to the desert. So I'll probably be in Palm Desert on Saturday or Friday. But then there's Christmas, so no, it's not a good weekend.
Man,
not a good week. Not a good weekend, Willie.
Well, I mean, are you working the whole time? Are you with family? Like, I don't mean to dox you. Like, I'll hit you in the DMs right now.
No, I'm done. I'm done working for the week. So I'm gonna do stuff around the house. I got like a sprinkler to fix and.
Fuck, I wish. I
But yeah,
wish.
but so yeah, my girl's house is all. We live out in the desert, and then we have a house in Palm Desert. It's like a golf house um, that I don't actually live at. We just, everyone just comes and stays in it and stuff. And then, of
Well,
course,
that's fancy dancy
I
right there.
work out of San Diego. Yeah, but the Palm Desert house is a family house.
All right.
So like if like my mom, she'll come down in like February for a month, or it's kind of like that. I remodeled the whole thing. It looks pretty nice.
It kind of just flashed to me right now listening to your voice going, were we all just taking technology advice from a guy that sounds like that with his Bluetooth and everything?
Right. If if I can talk some shit, he does install Control 4.
I know.
So
Oh yeah.
we'll leave that as it is. I've had my issues with it. I don't know anything about your installs, but
Big, complicated.
But I have big problems with Control 4.
I mean, Control 4 does everything. I've got it shooting off fireballs and opening up sliding glass doors and all kinds of stuff.
Shit, man. Okay, so we gotta.
Maybe just the installers in my area that suck.
We need to get.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
We need to get innovative on the night train, and he's got to install us some fireballs on the night train, and I want some glass sliding doors and shit with video screens on the ceiling.
Yeah, I've got that. Gosh, this was probably like 2008 or so. I had this customer, and I showed him this Fire by Design. It's a company out of Las Vegas, and he was the first guy to make these waterproof fire rings. And he could run them through the car wash. They reignite, and then they just take a low voltage trigger to trigger them, and then opens up the gas valve. They ignite, and the customer, all he wanted to do is he just wanted to hit one button, have 50 speakers come on, AC/DC, and then these fire pits go off, and I accomplished it.
All right, that's cool.
Oh yeah. When the money's endless and you got the ambition, there you go.
Yeah, it's definitely fun stuff. But I just do I just do like word of mouth, and I just have certain customers, and just build relationships that way. It's a real personal business, so I like doing it.
That's awesome. No, that would be fun. That would be fun. I mean, you always get a little bit of different scenery, right? You're always not necessarily working the same places all the time.
Yeah, because I work Pacific Palisades, Beverly Hills, and then Orange County, San Diego, Rancho Santa Fe, and I got a few houses down in East Lake, which is Chula Vista. So, but and the other people I know that do this business too, they travel around like I do also. I did a job, the furthest job I've done, which I didn't want to do it, but it was a younger NFL guy, so he bought a house in Woodland Hills, and that's just a whole nother step over, because you got to go, into the valley and drive like another 15 minutes. It's kind of like out of my range, but I did it anyway, because I was looking around like, man, all my customers are all getting old, so these younger guys might be the ticket.
Fresh meat.
That and all the football players moved to LA.
Yeah,
no more Chargers in San Diego.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of athletes live in LA that play all over the country. Like Rasheem Green, he plays for the Chicago
All right, come
Bears.
on. It was just a Chargers joke, man. Come on. I just want to sit on the Chargers for a second.
Yeah, he plays for Chicago, but that's the house that I did his house in Woodland Hills. So
that's awesome.
and I did some work on LT's first house up at Miramar Lake. That was before he got his good house.
Innovative worked on the shitty house.
Yeah, the rookie house.
Yeah. Fuck.
The rookie house, I like that.
All right, kids. I know Innovative. I know you just got up here to start chatting with us, but we were going to shut it down. Bits has got to get up early in the morning. I'm glad you finally got through and chatted with us, though, man. I haven't,
thanks, buddy.
I haven't talked to you since you picked up your fantastic WX8BK ornament, which is in the mail on its way to you. So appreciate that. I wanted to say that verbally to your face, to your PFP.
Thanks for having me on.
Yes. Yes,
Hey,
and to get back to Joe,
on, man.
I was also going to say, and oh yeah, we had a guest tonight. He's kicking around. Thanks for coming, man. We really appreciate you giving us your time and coming to spend time with us. It was meant to be a couple weeks ago when you popped in here and chatted with us. Willie was like really excited about this. I was excited about it. Everybody in the space tonight was super excited. We hope to see more from you in the future, my man.
Yeah, I think it was a decent turnout, and I really hope that you guys move forward with getting Mikey on. You know, he's got a great story. It would just be a really fun space.
Yeah, I thought I had DM'd a while ago, or tried to, but his DMs might have been closed. But I don't know.
Oh, hey,
anyways,
also Purple Drank.
we're in touch now, so
You should try him. Purple Drank, even Gloomtube. I've never heard Gloomtube speak, but maybe he'd do something like this. He probably would. I don't know if he would or wouldn't.
we're always open to suggestions. So
I've got both of them.
Gloomtube, and Purple Drank is already a good speaker and stuff. He'd be a good show for sure. You should consider him as well.
I've got those written down at the top when you mentioned them earlier. So
yeah, Dr. Scratch and Sniff is sporting PFP from Purple Drank. He is a good supporter of Purple Drank.
and let's shout out your cousin again. What's his handle again?
Rune Tune.
Yeah, he's got some killer
awesome.
artwork too,
like,
man.
He really is. Like he's we're totally different people, right? But like, hey, we're totally different people that click. Like, I mean, he's a great guy. And like I said, I fully support him, and I've always been that way, and he's always supported me too. So, you know, it's a lucky thing.
Dope. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways that I've taken from our conversation tonight and listening to you. And again, thank you very much for sharing what you've shared with us tonight, is that you are a great person in this space. Your positivity and your want and will to push others forward, you know, even in front of you is awesome. And it speaks to what Tezos is. And it's really awesome to hear people like you talking like that about others. It really makes a big difference in the space, and I'm sure it uplifts a lot of people too.
Hey, I appreciate that. And like I said, I've always been, someone I'm the first person to congratulate somebody. It's always been I have no envy for my friends or any jealousy or anything. Like, I think it's awesome when they're successful, and it is, to me, like I said, it's a good thing, and I think this will all be looked on fondly. And I'll just leave it as, kind of like the Joe Rogan and Tezos. Like, I'm not really the star of the show, and I'm not the best comedian. I'm not the best hunter. I'm not the best fighter, but, I'm just kind of, I'm here. We're having fun.
That's what it's all about. You're not going to have a bad day when you're here just to have fun.
There we go.
Fuck yeah. Well, thank you again very much. And again, thank you to everybody that hung out with us tonight. Appreciate you all very much. We did have a very good turnout tonight. It was epic. I'm happy everybody came.
Make sure if you're not following anybody, give them a follow.
Mm-hmm. And you can always find all of these shows are archived on YouTube. You can go and hit the PFP, go up into the bio. The links are up there, the link tree. Check out some of the older spaces if you want something to do, maybe next Boxing Day while you're digesting some food and playing with some presents. We won't.
Just about everybody we talked about tonight, we've interviewed before.
Right.
From Chili Preston to
Rex.
Hey, you guys did Chili?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, you bet, man.
No shit. I'm gonna listen to that right now. Where?
Yeah. Start with most likes. Rex.
If I'm on YouTube right now. What do I type in?
WXAPK.
WXAPK. Paper Buddha, Laser Lou, they're all up there.
Yeah, the easiest way is if you go into the playlist. That's, I think, the easiest way. That's where everything is for sure.
Findle de la Creme.
Yeah,
he should be up there.
We have
Paldy might be a little hard to find.
And even Fendel, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard that one either. And all right on, dude. I'm gonna look through these.
Appreciate it very much. That means the world to us. All right, everybody. Thanks again for popping out. We are here every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, except for times when we're not, like next week. We're taking a little bit of a break for the holidays. I want everybody here to do their best to have really great holidays if you celebrate that kind of thing. If you don't, have some great time off, because you deserve it. Everybody here has made a really big difference in Willie and mine lives. And we thank you for coming in and supporting us every Tuesday, sharing our tweets and having fun with us. It really means the world to us. And we'll be here. We'll be here in the new year. I guess that is the new year, right? That's the next time we're fucking wow.
Happy New Year, yeah. We gotta say Happy New Year because we won't see anybody until next year. So
yeah. So we'll see y'all next year.
Have a happy holidays and a happy New Year, and we'll see you in 2024.
Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'm going to play us out tonight with another good friend of the show, Jay Byrne. I'm going to play Picante. Have a good night, everybody. Peace. Love y'all.
When I think of you, 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 think of you.
I don't think of nobody, only money, give it to me. They was laughing, now it's funny how they love me. I'm a motherfucking musty, you must be out of your mind thinking you could touch me. Go ahead and judge me, you'll never fucking budge me. Pockets getting pudgy, accomplishments getting fuzzy off how frequently they come and you know you not really wanted. Stop playing, bitch, you nothing. Don't make me show you, look. Fuck your anxiety, fuck your society. You should ride with me, we gon' mob the streets. Fuck the make-believe, we gon' make the peace. You just wait and see, we taking everything.